estamos. Vamos a comenzar dentro de muy poquitito. Un lindo día vamos a tener este domingo, donde los mejores surfistas del mundo se van a disputar las medallas de oro, plata, bronce y cobre que están en juego en las dos categorías, damas y varones. Como es habitual, vamos a pedir por favor a nuestros amigos los free surfers que por favor inmediatamente comiencen a abandonar el área de competencia, porque vamos a comenzar dentro de minutos. Entonces, por favor, amigos free surfers, ¿les parece si pueden despejar el área de competencia inmediatamente para así poder comenzar? ¿Ok? Muchas gracias. Bien, llamamos a la primera serie del día. Será la primera del evento principal de las mujeres. La ronda número 5. Tía Blanco, Dominique Varona, Teresa Pompalón, Justine Dupont. Por favor, damas, recoger sus camisetas con el Beach Marshall. Okay, please. Sorry. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the last day of competition of the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games. This is the final day, and we're going to run 6 hits. 2 hits of those hits are the big finals, women big final and men big final. Thank you very much to be here. Today will be a great day for sure for everybody and for the world sport. So please, the first thing of the day is the free surfers. You must please paddling immediately, okay? We need the competition area clear right now, so please start to paddling right now because we're going to start in a few minutes. Okay? Thank you very much. Okay, attention please, first hit of the day, pick up the jerseys. It's the hit of the round. Number 5 of the women division, Tía Blanca, Dominique Varona, Teresa Pompalón, Justine Dupont. And attention, we have a couple important things that we have in this day. Well, the first is all the hit except the big finals are 20 minutes hits, okay? The big finals will be 25 minutes. And all the hits are a maximum weight of 12. And the top two rides counted, okay? And this is a very, very important thing too. 3 minutes to paddle out after the end of the previous hit, okay? So you can't paddle out during the previous hit. You have to paddle out after the end of the previous hit, ¿ok? Bien, entonces 3 cosas importantes. La primera, que son 20 minutos las series, exceptuando las finales que van a ser de 25 minutos.
day number 7 of the 2016 INS-ISA World Surfing Games at Playa Hongo, Costa Rica. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mike Latronic, and we've got an exciting day of competition.
Let's see if this can stay open. Nice first turn. Manages a good closeout move. He knows that's his best ride.
At 8.47, whether it was his forehand or his backhand, he was exploding out there.
Well, a combined heat total of 16.80. Leandro was on fire.
As we have Luca Macinas, one of the bigger waves. This looks to be a great wave with a lot of scoring potential.
This wave will count for Pedro Henrique.
Well, this is his last-ditch effort. He's going to throw everything at this wave. He's looking for a 7-3-1. Couple solid maneuvers right there. Well, and here's Hiroto Arai, who was on fire throughout the morning, throwing down an 8.77.
To regroup here, nice open face turn on the top, a little fat, little chunky this wave. Here she goes on the attack, bottom to top, nice slash on the open face. Pura Vida, 2016 INS-ISA World Surfing Games, live from Playa Hongo here in Costa Rica. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jody Nelson. We're getting ready for the Aloha Cup Final. Nice floater, nice speed, transition, top to bottom turns, and the weight was worth it.
Para cada uno ir viendo en vivo cómo ir manejando los tiempos y las prácticas.
Management as we see up and riding Anthony Filligan. You can hear the crowd erupting. Huge turn right there, Bo. Throwing long.
I think teamwork is one of the most important things, being in a foreign country and not really knowing your boundaries quite yet, and definitely having people from your home ground, and it's really important to us, and we're so close and connected that, you know, it's been such a blessing to have them all here and with us.
Aloha Cup winners, congratulations to Team USA.
We thank all of you for watching this year's INS-ISA World Surfing Games here at Playa Hongo, Costa Rica. For Jeff Baldwin, for Jody Nelson, for Mike Latronic, I'm Bo Hodge. Until next time, Pura Vida.
Attention, 3 minutes. 3 minutos para comenzar. 3 minutes to start.
Doing all the winning. Yes, women. Welcome to the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games, our final day, eighth day in a row of competition. We are here at Playa Jaco in Costa Rica. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jody Nelson, and we're down to the final main event round. These ladies have been surfing all throughout the contest. This is their 5th time in the water, and the top 2 will make the final. Let's introduce our surfers in this heat. Defending gold medal champion in the red jersey, representing the United States, Tia Blanco. Dominique Barona from Ecuador will be in white. Teresa Bonfalat from Portugal will be in yellow. Justine Dupont from France will be in black. Buenos dias, Judy.
Good morning, Bo. It's another scorcher out there, and already the crowd has completely filled in the beach. Sunday morning here down in Costa Rica. I think when I went surfing this morning, it seemed like a lot of the people were still up from last night. Hanging out on the beach, trying to cool off already. So we see the tide starting to fill in this morning. That should help conditions improve a little bit. It was a little closed out earlier this morning. Saw Teresa Bonfalat out there warming up, as well as Pedro Henrique this morning.
Yeah, we had torrential rains last night. You can see the river runoff. The brown water mixed in with the Pacific blue. So you're going to be seeing these patches of brown chocolate water coming out from the river mounts from both the north and the south end. But we are dead center here at Playa Jaco. Okay, we're underway. A 20-minute heat, peak situation. Let's see who takes the first wave. Justine Dupont.
Yeah, Justine on her backhand getting a nice first turn. Just kind of reconnecting there with the wave, trying to get this reformed section on the inside. She'll eye the lip here. A couple more hits, and one last closeout maneuver there for Justine Dupont.
So we'll be on standby for scores for Justine. Team France was still 2 of their women surfers in the competition. We'll see Pauline Adu coming up in the final rubber charge round. And Team France looking to, they've got an outside shot. If Portugal loses every single one of their competitors in the repos and France does 1-2, that could be playing a factor in the team. Coming into the team competition today, Portugal is in the lead, followed by Peru. France is in 3rd. Portugal has 3 competitors in the competition remaining. Peru has 2, along with France. 1 each from Costa Rica, who's in 4th. The United States in 5th. Equal 5th is Argentina. Japan has already lost all their competitors. They're currently in 7th. Venezuela and Ecuador are 8 and 9. And rounding out the top 10, Team New Zealand. So a lot of jockeying can be done in that 9th through 1st place, but really, what we're looking for is the top 3. Portugal, Peru, France. How are they going to finish the day? They're starting the day with Portugal 1, Peru 2, France 3. It could all change by the placements of our final 12 surfers on our final day.
That's right, and we got to remember France lost all of their men, so that's going to make things a little bit rougher for Team France. But how about Team Ecuador, huh? One girl flying the flag, Dominique Barona. She's been putting on a strong performance for Team Ecuador out there in this heat in the white jersey.
Well, she's no stranger to the World Surfing Games 2 years ago in Peru. She was a silver medal finalist, and here we go. Dominique Barona, currently ranked number 8 on the World Qualifying Series, representing Ecuador. A couple of carving turns on her forehand, and still no scores yet for Justine Dupont. So that'll leave in the lineup Tia Blanco in red and Teresa Bonfalat in yellow, looking for their first rise.
Well, that was a great opener for Dominique Barona out of Ecuador. Strong first turn, followed it up a couple more maneuvers. And, some of these girls have been dominant in all 4 rounds that they've surfed in so far. Justine Dupont's won 3 of her 4 heats, as we see Teresa Bonfalat up and riding Team Portugal.
Nice carving backhand turn. Here she goes again. Look at the spray. 3rd one hits off the white water and goes down. Now, the judges want to see the completion of maneuvers there, but that last one with that whitewater small closeout on the inside, but the damage was done before that.
Yeah, definitely. And she seems like she's just in a good headspace. I saw her out there this morning, and they had Bob Marley playing on the PA super loud, so that when you're out surfing, you can hear it really well in the water. And she was just kind of out there dancing on her board while she was sitting waiting for a wave, and just seemed really excited about the day. And I'm sure she's pretty proud of how far she's made it in this event. There's been a lot of really good surfers from all the countries here at the ISA World Surfing Games.
Well, last year in Oceanside at the 2015 Vizsla ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, Teresa surfed the under-16s and under-18s, and she finished both in the top 6, and in fact even medaled in the under-16s. Here we go. Teresa Bonvillatte going for her second ride. No scores are available. They're slowly starting to come in. And right now, Tia Blanco, the defending gold medal champion in red, with 4 minutes into this heat with 15:50 remaining, she has yet to catch a wave.
Well, Teresa was smart to catch that second wave while she was paddling back out, just to keep her heat moving, because, you know, as the tide's pushing in, we're seeing a little bit smaller swell out there in the water today, and the tide's going to be filling in, which is going to make it more and more, you know, inconsistent. So you never know what's going to happen in the next 15 minutes, so she was smart to nab that one.
The United States, the winner of the gold medal yesterday in the Aloha Cup, as we watch white Dominique Barona.
Well, Dominique just getting her speed going, cracking that first turn, closeout maneuver, but unfortunately it just comes unstuck, so judges will kind of look at that as a one maneuver wave, as we see last year's gold medalist, Tia Blanco, coming unstuck on that first turn.
Okay, 1 for red. We're waiting for 2 scores for white, 2 scores for yellow, and 1 score for black. So the judges are playing catch-up here in the first 5 minutes of this heat. Welcome to the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games live from Playa Jaco in Costa Rica. We are down to 12 competitors, 6 men, 6 women, 6 heats today, and we're going to work our way to the final 4. Our grand finale for both men and women will be elevated to a 25-minute time frame. So the judges have allocated 5 more minutes for the ultimate final, but working our way into that, the main event and the final repo, they'll still remain at 20 minutes. We can tell you that Dominique Barona, surfer in white from Ecuador, a 5.17. First wave for Teresa Bonvillatte, a 7.83. First wave for Tia Blanco, a 1.17. First wave for Justine Dupont, a 5.17. We're on standby for second wave scores of red, white, and yellow.
Well, here goes Justine Dupont, eyeing that lip. She cracks it right through the lip, and unfortunately, that wave has nothing more to offer for her, but looking for a backup score, and Tia Blanco's going to be dropping a second score here, Bo.
Yeah, it's going to be under a point. She fell off on the takeoff, but Justine needs to get that second wave. And now here's Tia Blanco on her forehand. Let's watch the attack. Good carving turn to open up. Working down the line, setting up for her next maneuver. Rebound, slashes through the whitewater section. So this will be a keeper wave for your defending gold medal champion.
Yeah, Tia surfed that wave with a lot of aggression, you know, really pushing through her turns. I know the judges are probably really going to like that wave.
Second wave score for Teresa from Portugal, a 2.67. We're on standby for Dupont, Barona's, and Blanco's last wave. And there goes Teresa seeing the closeout section. So she'll just bail and go back out. Still plenty of time, Jody. 13 minutes remaining.
Well, it's 9:35 local time here in Playa Jaco, Costa Rica. So that high tide bow is going to be at 11:31 a.m., 7.6 high. So, you know, as the tide fills in like that, there's still some closeouts out there, but every once in a while, if it hits the sandbank just right, you can get an open face. We saw a couple rights and lefts being ridden this morning so far. So,
I'd like to thank our sponsors of this year's 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games. We are being presented by the National Institute of Insurance and supported by the Federation of Surf here in Costa Rica, along with RPM TV, Hyundai, Credimatic, Colby, the Hotel, Amapola, and New Era. Our media partners include Surfline, the official forecaster, Surfos Magazine, Passion Extrema, Surfers Village, Siete Mars Magazine, and Tuna Nix Magazine. So quite a few incomplete scores on our computer, and once they get locked in, we'll pass them to you. There's France awaiting Justine Dupont's second and third wave score. The United States waiting for the keeper wave for Tia Blanco, her third wave. Now Justine Dupont's second wave score in at a 3.83. But Teresa Bonvillatte is in the lead with a combination of a 7.83 and a 2.67. Dominique Barona from Ecuador in white in second. She has a 5.17 and a 4.7. She needs a 5.34 to go to first. Justine Dupont on the bubble of being relegated to the repechage round is in third, now needing a 4.88. Tia Blanco, and we're awaiting her third wave score. At this point, she needs an 8.88 to go into second place. 11 minutes remaining.
Well, judges really taking their time with Tia Blanco's last wave, and you know, she really showed a variety of maneuvers on that wave and some critical turns there. So I'm sure they're kind of looking at the other waves that have been ridden so far in this heat and kind of setting their scale as we're approaching the halfway mark of this first heat of the day, Bo.
And one more score, and we can tell you what Tia Blanco has achieved. Again, she was searching for an 8.88 prior to that exchange. Look at the media. I mean, it is standing room only on the beach here at Playa Jaco. 10 minutes, 22 seconds remaining. A 6.1 for Tia Blanco. She's still in fourth place because she has a keeper wave of a 1.17, her low wave. But now, Jody, she only needs a 3.95 to get into the top two.
Yeah, she's chipping away, and we saw Teresa Bonvillac get that highest wave so far in this heat, the 7.83. So, you know, judges comparing and contrasting rides, and as we see Tia Blanco, she's in fourth priority, but she's got herself in a good position for this right-hander.
On the takeoff, bottom turn, top turn. There she goes, one spray down the line. She'll stay with this wave on the inside. Her 1.17 is now gone. She's going to milk this for all that she can. Setting up for her final maneuver, banking it off the top and dismounting. All right, Jody. She only requires at this stage a 3.95. In your opinion, did she achieve that?
A 3.95. Yes, I think that last maneuver was worthy as we see black up and riding Justine Dupont. Unfortunately, you know, it's so rough out there as this tide's pushing in. It's closing out, yet it's mushy. So, you know, you're trying to do some rail work, and sometimes it kind of, you can catch a rail like we saw Justine Dupont just do.
You can see the flags. You see the French flag right there, the red, white, blue flag from Team France. So a little bit onshore, a little bit side onshore coming in from the northwest side. So we'll be on standby for call. Last of Tia Blanco. We can tell you Justine Dupont's third wave was a 1.2. Her last wave, her fourth wave, will be a non-keeper wave. Remember, Justine Dupont is in the non-advancing position. She's in third. She's requiring a 4.88. Tia Blanco is requiring a 3.95. 8.5 minutes remaining. They are chasing Teresa Bonvillac from Portugal. She was a copper medal winner at the ISA World Juniors at Oceanside last year in the under-16s, and she competed in the under-18s and finished 6th overall. So she was doing double duty at the World Juniors last year.
Well, that was her team on screen just then. They've got a pretty young team, except for Carol Henriquez brothers, the kind of elder statesman out there, and he'll be coming up in that next heat.
All right, here's a replay. This is going to be Teresa's Bonvillac's 7.83.
So this is the wave that really set the scale here for the heat. And she had a couple really great turns out the back. 7.83, so.
Here we go. Tia Blanco has gone from fourth to first place. New situation. Last wave for Tia Blanco. Remember, she had fourth priority going into that wave, and she scores a 5.93. The defending gold medal champion is now in the lead. In second, Teresa Bonvillac now needs a wave score of a 4.21 or better to go back into first. Dominique Barona from Ecuador in third. The surfer in white now needs a score of a 5.34 to go to second, and Justine Dupont also needs a score of a 5.34. Why? Because both their high waves for Dominique and Justine are identical at a 5.17.
Well, let's remind everybody we're in the main event for the women, so none of these ladies have lost yet, but the third and fourth place finishers in this heat will join Paulina Du and Melanie Gunta in the final repechage, so they get one more chance. Nobody will be eliminated just yet.
Here we go, surfer in white, Dominique Barona, up and riding from Ecuador. Nice carving turns on her backhand, slashes right through the open face. Big bottom turn, there she goes, the big spray out the back, one more time, and she likes that wave, Jody.
Well, she really got down and was able to get a great bottom turn on that last hit and got really vertical. So a couple transitional turns on the open face to try and get to the inside where the wave was standing up a little bit more. But, that last hit was where I think a lot of the points are going to come in.
These are kind of like the semifinals. The top 2 surfers in this heat will be in the ultimate grand finale for the women's open division. So all surfers will surf at least twice. And if you're delegated out of this round into the final repecharge round and you make it out of there into the final, some of these girls and guys today will be surfing 3 times.
That's right. And, just thinking about all the waves that have been ridden so far in this heat, Bo, it seems like a lot of the scoring potential is on that first turn. And then it kind of fattens out through the midsection, and they're kind of doing transitional maneuvers, cutbacks and whatnot, trying to generate their speed. And then there's that last explosive maneuver. So it's going to be really important for these girls to complete that first maneuver, as we saw Justine Dupont go down on the first maneuver. We've seen a few of the girls go down on that second maneuver. So judges really wanting to see complete ridden waves and that variety of repechage, that trois, and maneuvers in that critical section of the wave.
5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. The judges are taking their time. They're reviewing instant replay of Dominique Barona. If she gets a 5.34, she goes to second. She gets a 6.87 or better, she can go into first over Tia Blanco. So we'll be on standby for the call. One more score, and we can tell you how Dominique did. And we're at the 5-minute mark. A 7.27, new situation. Dominique Barona from Ecuador, a former silver medalist in the Women's Open of the World Surfing Games, has now taken the lead. Tia Blanco, the defending gold medal champion, is relegated to second place. Tia now needs a 6.35 or better to regain the lead, but more importantly, she needs to improve on her low wave of a 5.93. Okay, on the bubble, Teresa Bonvolat from Portugal. She needs a 4.21 to go to second, and Justine Dupont, don't count her out, surfer in black from France. She now needs a 6.87.
Well, I'm really impressed, Bo, by the way these girls are using priority. Right now we see yellow in first priority, black in second, red in third, and white has fourth priority. And I've been noticing the girls that are sitting in fourth priority tend to, move down the beach away from the other girls. We saw, earlier Tia Blanco, she was in fourth priority and she nabbed her 6.10. So, it's always interesting to watch how they position themselves and how they utilize the priority. It's kind of, the secondary thing to pay attention in the heats too. That's kind of interesting.
Tia Blanco in her ISA career has won gold, silver, bronze, and copper. She has been in multitude of World Surfing Games and World Juniors, and she knows what it takes to defend a gold medal. Right now, she's in the advancing spot, looking to repeat back-to-back. But right now, Teresa Bonvolat out of Portugal is on the elimination bubble. She's in yellow. She's in third. She needs a 4.21 to keep her final hopes alive. Justine Dupont from France, don't count her out. She's in the black jersey. She needs a 6.87. 3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. On screen, there's red, second place, Tia Blanco.
Well, you got to say this is very unfamiliar territory for Justine Dupont, who's won her first 3 rounds of this event. Last round 4 was the first time she got second place. So Justine Dupont, Team France, sitting in that 4th position. Very unfamiliar territory for her. And if she gets eliminated in this heat, Bo, she's going to be joining her teammate, Paulina Du, in that final repechage round.
Coming up next, the final main round for the men. Defending gold medal champion Nomar McGonigal from Costa Rica, the host country, up against 2 Portuguese surfer and a surfer out of Venezuela. So stick around for that. We got Francisco Bayorin from Venezuela, Pedro Enrique and Guilherme Fonseca, both from Portugal. That is our next heat. Top 2 of that heat also make the grand finale. Well, time has been ticking. It's been a couple of minutes since we've last seen a ride, Jody.
Yeah, it's nervous times right now for the 4 athletes out there, especially for yellow and black, as we see Justine Dupont, 4th place surfer right now, getting a nice open face right, but unfortunately doesn't have much to offer there.
Yellow with first priority, Teresa Bonvolat. She'll have the best selection of the next wave that comes to her and her area. And there she is right now, the young teenager from Portugal. And she has a bright future.
Definitely. I've been really impressed by Team Portugal, both their girl surfers. They're just, you know, showing maturity beyond their years as we see the local celebrity here. This is Noemar McGonigal. He'll be coming up in that next heat as we see Justine Dupont just not nabbing a left-hander here. She does not have priority, so she was sitting down the beach. She's hoping this thing's going to stand up on the inside and gets a nice little closeout hit right there, but she comes unstuck, unfortunately.
Yeah, she needed to complete that maneuver, and a couple of more. She needs a 6-8-7. There's brother and sister, Team Costa Rica, Leilani McGonigal off to the right. You can see the fellow. There's Emily Gusani. There's Liz Beth. You can see Thomas King. You see Anthony all there, Team Costa Rica. And how focused is Nomar? He has this same routine, heat after heat. I think that repetition and maybe that athlete, you know, I got to do my same thing to prepare myself for the same result.
Definitely. You have that, you know, that memory awareness of, you know, things that you've done in the past that have worked well for you. And, you know, if you get out of that routine, it can really mess you up. You watch, you know, the Olympics are going on right now. You see a lot of that with the athletes that are prepping for their events in the Olympics.
3.23 last for Justine Dupont. She's still in fourth, seeking a 6-8-7. 15 seconds remaining. In first, Dominique Barona. In second, Tia Blanco. In third, Teresa Bonvolat, now needing a 4-2-1. And Justine Dupont still requiring that 6-8-7. And there's the countdown. And there you go. Tia Blanco, Dominique Barona are in the women's final. Well, Jody, this was an exciting heat. We saw Tia Blanco, a couple of waves under, you know, a point there, and she had a great second half of the heat, but it all began with Justine Dupont in black. She set the rhythm.
She did. She opened up with a 5-1-7, you know, looking like she was just going to do what she's been doing all event. But unfortunately, she just came up short in the end as we see Dominique Barona just dominated this heat. She had a 7-2-7 and a 5-1-7, and this is Teresa Bonvolat from Team Portugal, and she's going to meet her teammate in that final repechage. Justine Dupont this is her higher scoring wave, but it was this girl who snuck a 6.10 without priority. So surfing a really smart heat. Tia Blanco, she also had a 5.93. So great tactical and strategical surfing, as well as, you know, she was just ripping on the waves that she did get.
And Tia Blanco will have a chance, and she will medal for the United States. But Dominique Barona, the world number 8 on the World Qualifying Series, won this heat. She's looking for gold. She's a former silver medalist at this event 2 years ago, and she is hungry for that gold. We have not yet started the next heat. You are watching the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games. More exciting action from Playa Jaco, Costa Rica. Coming up next, the grand finale. Working our way to it, but we've got the main round for the men coming up next. Stay tuned.
Soy bicibarista.
Welcome back to Playa Jaco, Costa Rica for the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games, and we are in our main round 6 for the men. Let's introduce our surfers in this heat. It'll be Francisco Bayorin from Venezuela in red, Pedro Enrique from Portugal in white, and his teammate Guilherme Fonseca from Portugal in yellow, and a defending gold medal champion from last year representing the host country of Costa Rica, Nomar McGonigal. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mike Latronic. And Mike, something tells me this is going to be an outstanding heat. The talent in the water is unbelievable.
Yeah, well, this is the best of the best still going in the main round right now. And here is our Costa Rican surfer, Nomar McGonigal, getting busy on his backside. A couple of nice little wackies here. And finishes strong with a nice little vertical hack there on the shore break. You can see the flags of Costa Rica, hands cheering. You can hear the crowd from here.
How impressed are you with these Portuguese surfers, Pedro and Guilherme?
Well, the Portugal team has really come to the top of this particular World Games. I mean, they've always been known for great surf, and you know, some of their surfers have risen to the occasion. But this time as a team, they've really pulled together. I'm super impressed with Pedro Henrique. I mean, he's a blast from the past. You know, he was on the Pro Tour, still looking spry, still looking like a teenager. And then the teenager, Guilherme Fonseca, in the yellow, has just put out great performances all contest long.
Okay, on the paddle, these guys taking a look here. We'll be on standby for calls of the last two rides as we were watching Nomar in black, and here we go. Francisco Bayarin from Venezuela, but this is going to be Pedro Henrique. He sees that closeout. He sees the scoring potential not there, so he just bails, correct?
Yeah, well, obviously unable to make that section. Kind of interesting. I believe that was Pedro Henrique and Guilherme Fonseca right next to each other. So a little bit of a, I don't know if that was a team collaboration or a team mishap, but here we go. Nomar McGonigal on his second wave already, Bo. Nice cut back to start. Deep bottom turn, hits the lip. So he's already scoring some points, and a little bash into the whitewater section. Throwing some variety there with a slide. Opts not to do that last turn in the shore break.
I like what Nomar's doing here, Mike. He's keeping power surfing. He's building a base here, and then maybe towards the end of the heat, he can go above the lip. Here we go, Francisco from Venezuela.
Yeah, well, Belleron's got himself another good-looking right-hander. Big schwack out the back. You saw a bunch of spray go out there, but that was a one-hit wonder. So that wave's just going to be scored on the value of that one maneuver.
Let's go down to the beach and check in with Jody Nelson.
No, I don't speak Spanish. Thanks, guys. Down here with Dominique Barona. Dominique, that heat was, you know, a really stacked heat, a lot of good girls in it. You know, what was your strategy heading into that?
Bueno, primero que nada, gracias a Dios por darme la oportunidad de estar aquí hoy representando a mi país. Entré sabiendo que el hit iba a estar súper difícil, pero siempre tengo en mente que nada es imposible en esta vida si en realidad lo quieres. Confío en Dios y esto lo hice por mi país, por mi gente, por mi pueblo, por mi familia y por todo mi equipo.
Well, she's the lone Ecuadorian in this event, and Dominique, you know, talk to us about being in the final and the potential of winning gold for your country. What would that mean to you?
Creo que la batalla todavía no ha acabado, estamos en la recta final. Voy a luchar con todo, voy a dejar todo en el mar. Dios me está dando la fuerza, mi rodilla está bien, nada me va a detener y voy a dejar todo en la playa. Están mis hermanos, mi papá, mi Israel está viajando para Francia ahorita, para Canadá. Espero que se cumpla el sueño que él tanto soñó y me dio las ganas. Y nada, Ecuador, sí se puede.
All right, well, congratulations to Dominique Barona. Moving on to the grand finale. Sorry, I can't, tongue-tied. I can't speak Spanish, but I can say I can see how proud this girl is, and she's flying the flag for Ecuador, and good luck to you in the final.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everybody, for the support. Thanks, Costa Rica, for the vibes, and thanks, God, for everything.
All right, guys, we'll send it back to you in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Jody, and congratulations to Dominique and Tia Blanco advancing on into the grand finale. Here we go. Scores are slowly coming in. We have a bunch of scores. 7.5 for Nomar McGonigal, a 6.0 backup. And he has built a good house right there to start this heat.
Yeah, a really good start, you know, especially with these long lulls we've been seeing. So Nomar McGonigal's got that confidence now to really wait for some of the better waves to come in and go for those excellent scores now. He's got third priority, so you know, he's not first in line, but at least he's got the sort of money in the bank to wait it out.
Francisco Bellarine from Venezuela, that one big hack off the top before he goes down. A 4.5 for the judges. He's in second.
Yeah, that was a beautiful turn. Lots of spray, lots of finesse, lots of flair. But, you know, had that wave opened up for him, that would have been working on a pretty high score for him. Meanwhile, Guilherme Fonseca got a pretty mediocre left. He was able to do a variety of, several backside turns. A lot of similar turns there, so only a medium score.
Yeah, 4.93 for Guilherme, and for Pedro, he's got a 0.5. That'll be a throwaway wave, hopefully at the end. Still lots of time, 14 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. You're watching the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Game Final Day competition. We have 4 more heats to run right after this, but let's watch and pay attention to the young 17-year-old Guilherme Fonseca.
Well, Fonseca's found himself a little right-hander, and there's still enough of a lowish. Well, anyway, that section stood up a little more than we've seen some of the waves, so he got a pretty functional second turn in there as well. So that could rival the 4.93 he's got already. I'm not sure, Bo.
We'll be on standby for the call there. Team Portugal leading in the final day. They're looking to win team medal gold for Portugal. And speaking of Portugal, Mike, coming up just about a month from right now, Portugal will be the host of the 2016 Vizsla ISA World Junior Surfing Championships in the Azores.
Yeah, well, really looking forward to that event, scheduled to go there and call the juniors rides. Always good to see the new talent coming from all these different countries around the world, and that field of players jumps from, you know, to I think it's 2 girls and 8 boys in 2 divisions. So 10 athletes on each team.
Yeah, there'll be 2 girls in each, the under 18 and under 16. So 4 girls and 8 boys, with 4 guys in the under 18s and under 16. So full teams. Here we go. In white, Pedro Henrique.
Well, Enrique's just got such a beautiful, smooth style, and really looks like even in these sort of mushy conditions, he's able to keep his board going. But that wave just not affording him what he's going to need to get a higher score. Big set on the horizon. Looks like Neumar's in pole position. I don't think he has priority, so he's going to have to relent to Francisco Bellarine right here. Beautiful left-hander. You've seen him really wind up on his backside, doing just that. 3 nice turns already. Finishes with a strong, another big spray out the back. So Francisco Bellarine definitely putting a good score on his belt.
Guilherme Fonseca from Portugal in yellow has now just registered a 5.87, but we'll be watching that score drop for Francisco Bellarine from Venezuela. Let's see, he's currently in third, needing a 6.31 to go to second, needing a 9.01 to go to first. Our leader, defending gold medal champion from the host country of Costa Rica, Neumar McGonigal. His first wave, a 7.5. His backup scored a 6.0. You know Neumar, he's going to be very choosy and picky. Now he can start playing around with scores, Mike?
Yeah, well, he's going to be waiting for a bomb is what he's waiting for. But here is Fonseca. This is the wave that Neumar let go. Neumar could see it was going to be short-lived, but 2 nice turns for Fonseca. Probably, again, working on a mid-range score. I'm not sure if it's going to eclipse the 5.87. I think it could well throw away that 4.93, though.
We'll be on standby for call there. 10 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. Waiting for last of yellow, last of red. This is the men's round number 6. Top 2 will make the grand finale. 3rd and 4th will be delegated into the final repechage heat, where they'll meet former gold medalist Leandro Osuna from Argentina and Luca Macinas from Peru. Coming up next, we're going to see Teresa Bonvalot, Justine Dupont, Pauline Adu, and Melanie Junta. That'll be the grand repechage finale. And the top 2 ladies will meet Tia Blanco and Dominique Barona for the women's final. Scores coming in at 8-1-7 for Francisco Bellerin in red. And he'll jump to second place, needing a 5-3-4 to take first out of the hands of Nomar Maganagal. In third, right now, we have Guilherme Fonseca needing a 6-8-1, and Pedro Henrique is comboed for second place. And here we go, Francisco up and riding.
Well, Francisco is just looking blazing hot once again, really putting on a display for Team Venezuela. Got himself another good ride here, Bo. I really think he's going to take the lead after this score. He knows it. I think he
Little Hunger Games there. He got an arrow and shot it at the judges.
I think that was a shotgun, Bo.
Oh, well.
Maybe you're right.
Maybe.
But yeah, 5-3-4 is all he needed, and I'm pretty sure he eclipsed that by a couple of points. So Nomar Maganagal is going to be sitting in second, but now with the paces turned up, let's see what Noimar's got. And here goes Fonseca. He's turning around. He's got himself a right-hander. He's got some vertical lip to work with, gets a first turn off. Little whitewash climb there. Not going to be a radical score of any kind yet. You know, the luck of the draw, Francisco's last wave just really stood up. You saw the way he was able to fit in those vertical turns all the way across. So that's the kind of waves that these surfers are trying to get. Not necessarily the biggest ones, doesn't matter if it's a little smaller, just the ones that stand up across the sandbar.
Here's a replay. Let's watch this. This is the first wave of Francisco, and I love how he went to town on this one.
Well, he went to town. He was also really controlled. You know, this was his first ride. He had kind of fumbled on the wave before, caught a closeout. Didn't fumble on the wave, but just a bad wave choice. Meanwhile, Fonseca just being really busy, catching a lot of little waves. Not sure if that's the tactic that's going to find him an excellent score, but nice little stand up here in the shore break. And another good little slash to finish that wave.
Well, Guilherme's building a house too. He's got a 5.87, a 6.73, and we're awaiting 2 wave scores for Guilherme. We're also waiting for that third important wave score from Francisco Bellerin from Venezuela. The man in red looking to make a final here at the ISA World Surfing Games. He is an unranked surfer out of Venezuela, but very super talented. 2 more judges need to lock in, and Mike, he's going to have an excellent score.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Here, this man's been pretty quiet. Pedro Henrique is just really uncharacteristically picking kind of bad waves and not looking, you know, as amped as he has been in previous heats.
Last wave for Francisco Bellerin from Venezuela, a 9-point ride, new situation. Francisco with a 9 and an 8.17.
Well, here's another look at it. Just really found himself a wave that stood up. There's that vertical section we were talking about. Gets another little tail slide there. And this one, again, a vertical section. Nice slashes through these vertical sections and punctuates it with a little closeout bash in the shore break.
Well, they just announced Francisco's scores, and you can hear the cheering for Nomar. Now he's in second place. He doesn't like to be in second. He wants to be in first, and Francisco back-to-back behind Nomar. So here's your situation. Francisco Bellerin from Venezuela in first, 2-wave combination of a 17.17 with a 9 and an 8.17. Nomar Maganagal in second, needs a 9.68. And this is Nomar's one of his, I believe this was his opening ride of a 7.5.
Now, this is the wave we just missed while we were going to replay on the other wave. So Neumar getting the crowd going, obviously doing the work he needs to do, Bo, to drop that 6.0, multiple maneuvers on a set wave all the way across. I do believe he's going to increase his score by some a point or two there.
Okay, who's in third, who's in fourth? Well, our Portuguese surfers are third and fourth right now. Guilherme Fonseca needs a 6.78 to get into the top 2, and Pedro Henrique needs a near-perfect ride of a 9.78. So very critical score coming in for Nomar Maganagal. Nomar could almost combo Pedro out of the top 2, but Guilherme still in striking distance.
Well, here comes a sizable right for Guilherme Fonseca. It's standing up across the sandbar. No maneuvers yet, Bo. So that's going to cost him, and he just throws it away. So it looks like Portugal's coming a little unstuck. Once again, this is the open round, so these folks are going to get to surf again if they don't get through this heat. But real blow to Team Portugal at the moment.
But it's a quick turnaround. Only one heat they have to rest before they go back out, because coming up in our next heat is our finale of the Repechage. And Teresa Bonnevolant and Justine Dupont will be back in the water up against Paulina Du and Melanie Gunta.
Yeah, well, there's no easy heats at this point, Bo. And, you know, it's going to boil down to wave choice and that natural compass, because, you know, there's little less waves during these higher tides. The waves are funner. They are definitely more open, but big difference between the waves that allow for 3, 4, and 5 maneuvers and those waves that allow for only about 2.
Still waiting for one more judge to lock in his score for surfer in black, Nomar McGonigal. If he hits a 6.0 or better, and he does, a 7.7 his best ride, so he solidifies second place. He puts the screws on the Portuguese surfers. Pedro Henrique is comboed out of first and second. Guilherme Fonseca is comboed out of first. He needs an 8.48 to go to second place with 4 minutes remaining. Francisco Bellerin from Venezuela in the lead in red. Nomar McGonigal, the defending gold medal champion, in second with a 7.7 and a 7.5. Guilherme Fonseca in striking distance, but he needs to explode on his next ride of an 8.48. And Pedro Henrique, he's comboed out of first and second.
Well, this is what you call clutch surfing in the final minutes. Let's see if Pedro Henrique can do that clutch attack. It's not out of the realm of possibility to pick up 2 quick scores. It really depends on Mother Ocean, but you know, you can ride a wave all the way to the beach here and get back out within about 45 seconds.
3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Can Nomar do what Tia Blanco did? Go back-to-back finals. Tia looking for back-to-back gold medals for the United States. Nomar looking for back-to-back gold medals. Remember, he was in the final last year up against Nicholas Van Rupp from Portugal, Shane Holmes from Australia, and Leandro Usuna from Argentina.
Well, a big blow to Team Portugal just now, as Pedro Henrique about 30 seconds ago paddled for a wave, didn't go. Now he's got last priority. They're all sitting in a bunch, so that is not a good situation for Team Portugal. Meanwhile, Guilherme Fonseca, he's got third priority. So the pick of the first 2 waves here goes to the heat leaders 1 and 2.
And the Costa Rican local crowd getting excited for Nomar. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. He's the lone competitor for the host country, as they were looking for back-to-back team medals. But it looks like Portugal, Peru, and France are going to determine who wins the gold, silver, and bronze today at the INS ISA World Surfing Games. These guys are waiting patiently.
This is the sort of the worst case scenario for a surfer. When you're sitting in third and fourth, you know you need a giant score. Your competitors are all within earshot of you, basically 5 paddles away, 2 paddles away, and the ocean has gone quiet.
1 minute, 50 seconds remaining. Francisco Bellerin from Venezuela with a dominating performance of a 9 and an 8.17, a 2-wave total of a 17.17. Don't discard Nomar McGonigal. He's got a throwaway of a 6, and he's keeping 2 high 7s, a 7.5 and a 7.7. He needs a 9.48 to regain the lead. Guilherme Fonseca from Portugal, 1 of 2 Portuguese surfers in the water, now needing an 8.48 for the surfer in yellow. And Pedro Henrique, he's comboed. So it looks like our Portuguese surfers will be back into the men's final Repechage round.
It looks that way, Bo. I can see a few bumps coming in. It really depends on whether or not these waves form, and it's just going to be such a grinder to get another wave. Both surfers really needing 2 waves, and here Francisco Bellerin's pretty much making sure that Team Portugal doesn't get this wave. And of course, he's going to surf it, just doing another scathing backside turn. Throwing up more spray, more emphasis on each turn. Now here's Pedro Henrique, a little too late. Beautiful surfing from the Portuguese, but just not going to cut it.
30 seconds remaining in the crowd. The crowd here on the beach at Playa Jaco is cheering for that man right there, Nomar McGonigal, because they sense that he's going to be in the final.
Well, they're right. Nomar McGonigal just pretty much waxed 2 good waves in that heat, 3 good waves, 2 keepers, and really surfed an excellent heat.
On the inside, taking a look with just about 5 seconds remaining. This is Pedro Henrique just coming in, and we'll see him just 2 heats from right now. And there's the sound of the horn, and what an outstanding heat. All 4 of these surfers are still in the competition for gold, silver, bronze, and copper, but 2 of them are straight into the final, and they are Francisco Bayorin from Venezuela winning this heat in red, and Nomar McGonigal from Costa Rica in black.
Yeah, well, really, really impressed with that Francisco Bayorin from Venezuela, able to top last year's winner. I mean, even with all the hype and all the support for Nomar McGonigal on the beach, who surfed an excellent heat, Francisco Bayorin just topped him with 2 excellent rides. And, you know, future looks bright for that young man.
Here's our heat recap of men's round number 6. And this man, the gold medalist last year, will get a shot at going back-to-back.
Just surfed a super solid heat from start to finish. Got this wave really quick at the beginning, tore it up all the way to the beach, you know, finishing strong. He's got that crowd behind him. Fonseca put together a decent heat, got a couple of decent turns off the inside here, was able to get about a 6-8 on that wave, but Francisco Bayorin just kept getting great wave choice and really just making use of every single section vertically, throwing flare, and super strong, solid style.
Mike, this is the 9-point ride that locked and sealed it for him.
Yeah, well, you know, normally we see all the multiple sections on the lefts, but for some reason, Francisco just grabbed this right that just gave him opportunity after opportunity.
And Nomar McGonigal still searching to improve, and he does on this wave with a 7.7.
Yeah, just another indication that Nomar McGonigal is capable of doing this thing back-to-back. I think Nomar has a real chance of pulling it off, especially if he can get those larger set waves, and I particularly like his backhand.
Francisco Bayorin from Venezuela is in the final. Nomar McGonigal from Costa Rica is in the final. Coming up next, our grand finale for the Reprecharge Heat. Stay tuned for more exciting action. You're watching the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games live from Playa Jaco in Costa Rica. We'll be there right after this.
Welcome back to the INS ISA World Surfing Games Finals Day here at Playa Jaco Beach, Costa Rica. Jeff Baldwin with Jody Nelson, and we have got an amazing heat right here in front of us. The women's Reprecharge final. In the red, we'll see Teresa Bonvalot from Portugal. In white, Justine Dupont from France. In the yellow, Paulina Du from France. And in the black, Melanie Gunta from Peru. What a day already. It started off so fast. Amazing surfing, Jody. The ocean has come together. You know, we had torrential rain through the evening, and the ocean was a different color this morning when we got up, and now it has just decided to turn turquoise and shine for the finals.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day for finals day here at Playa Jaco.
Well, we are going to go up to Simon, who is with the winner of that last heat.
All right now at the beach with this guy, a monster in the water, 2 nines, perfect surfing. What's going through your mind right now? ¿Qué está pasando por tu cabeza ahora mismo? 2 nueves, un increíble surfing.
Ante que todo, quiero dar gracias a mi shaper, Julio Nurs, por las tablas. Estuve surfeando todo el campeonato con unas tablas Epoxy. Traté de hacer los hits, pero ya lo último habían un poco más de ola. Los jueces estaban pidiendo más riel a riel y es un surfing que me gusta. Con Julio esta mañana lo hablamos, me fue a meter en el Moza, traté de usar la poliéster y trabajar los rieles y así fue. Vine aquí con mucha fe, ya pasamos a la gran final, estoy muy contento. Gracias a todos los venezolanos, gracias de verdad, corazón, se siente la vibra. Ahorita somos todos un solo país, no hay 2 Venezuela, hay una sola y está aquí ahora mismo representando. Gracias a todos los venezolanos por su apoyo, gracias a Latin Move, a Bioderma, a Colin Sander, Micael, Giancarlo, a todos los que apoyan, a la familia en Choroní, a toda la gente que está aquí, a Nono, a Juanpi, a Jota y a toda esa lista de gente que tengo que agradecer. Llega la buena vibra, pasamos a la gran final. Sorprendido, de verdad, estoy súper emocionado. Sí se puede, vamos, pasó el tico, pasó el venezolano, Latinoamérica está representando. Vamos que sí se puede.
All right. He was talking about the rail-to-rail surfing, top-to-bottom situation. All Venezuela here representing. Normar McGonigal from Costa Rica. Venezuela advancing to the main final. Historic day for Venezuela. A medal right now on your chest. What is going through your mind? You're going to the main final, Lolo.
Uno más y uno más. Vamos por ese primer lugar, vamos con fe, vamos Virgencita, vamos Diosito, ayúdenme. Yo sé que ustedes están conmigo y están con toda Venezuela. Vamos a salir de todo esto, sí se puede, carajo.
All right, this guy, look for this guy. He's going to shred the final. Back to you guys in the booth.
Okay, thank you, Simon. Yeah, what an amazing way to get himself into the final for Venezuela. And I love, Jody, how wherever they are, their group, their team, they've got their tambals, their drums, they're singing, they're dancing. I mean, they just bring such an amazing feeling and must just lift the pressure right off them because it brings that home, you know, with them right to the beach, up to the sand. You can hear it in the water. Wow. Really amazing surfing, too.
Yeah, he just put on such a display of, you know, functional, just great technique surfing. Like he's been so consistent throughout the entire event. He's been really impressive to watch.
Well, and like he said, he's so emotional. You know, he's wrapped up in it. A historic day for Venezuela, for them to put themselves on the map as a surfing country. And yeah, so amazing things. You know, these women in this heat, they must have watched too because all those guys were getting their waves down there. Noimar and Balaron, they picked their waves rights and lefts up to the sort of south side of the competition area where they're all now. But we're just waiting for this heat to really get going. Up till now, 1 wave ridden. Our surfer from Peru, Melanie Gunta. And boy, talk about, you know, the experience against the youth. You've got Justine Dupont and Paulina Du, just 2 veterans of competition globally. And then you have these 2 young surfers working up the ranks of the ISA and the junior series, and so kind of a dream heat for them to go against their heroes or, you know, or veteran surf stars. And both Melanie and Teresa, just impressive surfing, very mature surfing. Well, and that's why I guess, you know, they've found themselves in this Reprocharge final, which is a marathon, as you guys have spoken of. So many rounds they had to go through, not to mention them both surfing for their countries in the Aloha Cups. So a lot going on for these young women.
Yeah, our surfer in red on the screen right there, Teresa Bonvalot. She's just 16 years old, surfing way beyond her years. And Melanie Gunta, our surfer in black from Team Peru, is only 19 years old. And the 2 French gals out there in their mid-20s, Paulina Du and Justine Dupont, I believe.
Yeah, so
Justine's 24. Yeah, I mean,
they're not old by any means, but they've just been competing, you know, for so many more years. And
yeah, well, Pauline's been on the world tour for 4 years, So she's got a lot of competition experience. She knows how to utilize priority. And Justine Dupont's been a QS warrior forever. She's a European longboard champion. She has been on the QS 1 year. And her performance in this event has been amazing. She got second once in round 4. She just had her worst performance of the entire event in that last heat with a low single-digit heat total. So I'm sure she's pretty fired up right now, but unfortunately the ocean's kind of just taking a little breather.
Yeah, you'd have to think she's fired up because she had that heat to win. She had the waves to win the heat, and she fell on 2 waves that could have easily gotten her that 6.5s or 7s or wherever it would have gone, and so that's where she'd be kicking herself.
Well, we're just 7 minutes into this heat. I'm not sure if priority has not been established yet because there's only been 1 wave ridden. So they've given 4th priority to Melanie Gunta, but the other girls, there's no priority kind of set right now. We're just about an hour away from peak high tide, which will be 7.6 at 11:31. So.
Well, yeah, I was really surprised from when we walked up this morning. The contest has started a little later. Looking at the waves, seeing how inconsistent and whatever. But all of a sudden, those first 2 heats of the day just lit up, and there were 7s and 8s and 9s, and this has been a little slow.
We've seen it do this as it approaches the high tide mark, as we see Justine Dupont up and riding on this left-hander. She's going to eye that lip, get up in there. Unfortunately, the wave's a little bit flat from the high tide conditions, but she's going to look this reform on the inside. She gets a nice couple cracks on those last 2 maneuvers, and she clinches her fists, and she really likes that as we see Team France running down to give her some words of encouragement, cheer her on.
Yeah, that's cool. Mark Lackamore, Charlie Martin, Mehdi Verminati. I mean, they're all there to cheer both of their French teammates on, obviously wanting them both to final or get first and second so that they go into the main event final, which is what comes next. Teresa Bonvalat, 16 and a silver medalist from our Oceanside, the ISA event, the juniors event in Oceanside. Well, there we have Justine Dupont. She got a 6.33 on that opener. So with only these 2 waves ridden in this heat totaling, in total, she sits in the lead. This being one of the slower heats of this entire event. I mean, I know we've had some slow starts for a couple people, but to have all 4 surfers really having to struggle to find a wave. Well, here we are having a great time. Nice, sunny, hot day in beautiful Playa Jaco, Costa Rica for the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games. It is finals Sunday. The beach is just packed. The streets behind the contest area are packed. The whole town and half of Costa Rica is out to enjoy the show. A nice group shot of Team France that we were talking about.
Well, man, they put together a solid team for this event, and all those guys on the screen put on some amazing performances. We saw Dominique Auvoir. Really, I thought we were going to see him in the final, and in the beginning of the event, Mehdi Verminati there in the black T-shirt, he had one of the highest heat totals of the first round, and so it's a long road. It's a marathon, not a sprint, to get to this final day, as we see out there in the white jersey, Justine Dupont. She's currently rated 14th on the QS. She's already got a first place finish from the Central Coast Pro under her belt for this year. 24 years old. She was the European longboard champion. She has 2 European QS championships. And she really got off to a great start at the beginning of this year on the QS. And she started surfing when she was just 11 years old with her dad and her brother. And, you know, she's taking her surfing really seriously. And I could tell in this event that she's changed up some things and she's serious about qualifying. She's obviously serious about medaling in this event. She's got a coach for like a skills coach. She also has a mental coach. And her boyfriend's a world body surfing champion. And we heard an interview with her earlier in this event saying, you know, she doesn't care what she rides, just as long as she's in the ocean.
Yeah.
And so, you know, you can tell she's a real ocean lover. She loves just, you know, surfing, you know, through and through. So it'll be exciting to see what she gets up to this year on the QS and possibly requalifying. She does a lot of breath holding training in the pool. And yeah, so Justine, a super experienced surfer. And then we've got Team Portugal out there with a 16-year-old. So the complete flip of the coin, you know, those two young girls out there, Melanie Gunta and Teresa Bonvalot, have nothing to lose because they're just coming on the scene, where Justine and Pauline have been on the scene for quite a while. You know, Pauline Adu been 4 full years on the World Championship Tour. And so a lot of experience.
Well, it looks like we might have a paddler up. Pauline Adu is about to ride her first wave of this heat with 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. So talk about a short heat. Now these women are in a pressure cooker of a 2-wave scenario in under 7.5 minutes. So,
well, we saw in the Aloha Cup
yeah,
some people getting stuck with needing 3 waves in 7 minutes. So it can be done. It just there needs to be a sense of urgency placed out there. But I mean, you can have a sense of urgency, and then if the ocean doesn't cooperate, you know, it's just there's nothing you can do.
yeah, you know, I was thinking, is it harder to paddle around and surf or just sit in the sun in this heat? You know, like, I don't know. It is cooking hot out there.
I don't know if you remember that year that Yaden Nickel and Kelly Slater,
Oh, yeah,
all the way to the final of the U.S. Open of surfing, and then the ocean went absolutely flat, and Yaden didn't even catch a wave. But
that's historic, actually, to be in the final of the U.S. Open and not ride a wave.
I mean, it's obviously it's not ideal. It's not an ideal situation, but that's what we're dealing with as Mother Nature. So we see Justine Dupont. This was her 3.57. So, you know, judges are definitely adjusting their scale. As we see Pauline Adu up and riding, she opened up with a 4.33. She's getting a nice connection on the inside here. So, you know, this is where that experience is starting to show with Justine and Pauline. They're realizing, hey, look, like there is not a lot of waves. There aren't a lot of waves coming in. We need to just take off on anything and everything and start building our scoreboard. And Pauline just drops a 2.50. So currently situation is Justine Dupont in the lead with a combined total of 9.90. She has that nice opener of a 6.33, backed it up with a 3.57. In second, our surfer in yellow, also from Team France. She has a 4.33, backed that up with a 2.50. Melanie Gunta, 19-year-old out of Peru, is looking for a 5.84. And we see Justine Dupont up and riding again. She's looking to better her 3.57. And, you know, also just trying to keep busy out there. But our surfer in red from Team Portugal, 16-year-old Teresa Bonvalot, she has yet to get a wave on her scoreboard. And she's looking for a 6.84. Will get her into advancing position as we see yellow up and riding. Justine Dupont getting a nice right-hander here, Jeff.
Yeah, well, beautiful surfing that Pauline Adu. So you were just saying how quick, you know, like that's where that veteran experience comes in, and she paddled out after that 4.33 and sniffed that 2.5. I mean, she just thought, I might as well start surfing because a 2 could be the difference, which you'd never really consider, but now she paddles back out and finds that small right, so she'll increase her score line.
Sometimes just catching waves helps you get in rhythm with the ocean, and just sitting there, you know, even in free surfs I find that happens, but especially in a heat, sometimes you just got to keep busy. As we see Teresa Bonvalot yet to get a score on the board. She's taken off on this nice right-hander down the beach. She's trying to get around the corner here, but unfortunately just can't get around it. She's super frustrated, as she would be. I mean, she's been dominating this entire event. And to come this far and, you know, not be able to get waves is got to be really frustrating
Oh, so
for
frustrating.
her.
And you know she's executing the game plan that all of Team Portugal talked with her about. Their other two surfers who went down in that last heat that we'll see in the Repecharge final. They sat in that same area, so she's looking for that right and that left that's coming off that peak, and she's not going to change her strategy. And finally the wave came, yeah, and that's where that frustration, she looked back at her team like, it just didn't give me the open face. But she wants to go to that backhand, a real strength of hers, those big explosive backside turns. So she'll put a 1 or small 1.5 or something on the board.
Yeah, so on the screen below, you can see all three of the teams. They're waving their flags, sitting all right next to each other. We've got France, Portugal, Peru, and those are the three countries represented in this current heat, which is the Repecharge final.
So 2 will move on into the main event final, and 2 will be done, and just carrying those points over into their team total, which is for fourth, it's 583 points, and for third is 610 points, so still quite a lot of points.
Well, last yellow just drops at a 7.33, moving Paulina Du into the lead. She currently has a 4.33 and a 7.33. Now the situation is yellow first, white Justine Dupont in second, needing a 5.34 to move into first. Third is Teresa Bonvalot, needing an 8.91. And fourth, Melanie Gunta, Team Peru, needing an 8.91.
Well, they are in a hurry-up heat. If with 2.5 minutes remaining, both the surfers in second and or in third and fourth need that.
I was thinking, how do they need the exact same theme? But both Melanie Gunta and Teresa Bonvalot are only sitting on a 1. You overscored her on that,
I
right?
overscored a 1 point. I know, boy. I was generous
Good
for
thing
this, a
good
size.
thing you're not a judge.
You might-
I'm just kidding.
I was averaging my 1.5 and my 0.90.
Well, we're down to the last 2 minutes remaining of this heat, and white has priority. Yellow, second priority, as we see yellow up and riding. Justine Dupont, this is our current, Paulina Du, this is our current heat leader, getting a couple nice cracks on a nice set right-hander there, Jeff, in a minute 50 remaining. This is our second place surfer. Team France just dominating this heat. Justine Dupont getting a nice open face left here. She's looking to drop a 3.57 and solidify her advancing position. And she'll take that one all the way to the sand.
I don't think they're going to mind who gets first or who gets second
mean,
for Team France. They are just ecstatic because they're going to most likely, it is pretty clear that they will be advancing through to the final and going up against Tia Blanco and Dominique
It's not over
Barona.
until it's over.
It's not over till it's over.
And third and fourth, they're not comboed yet. You know, they only have 1s on the board, but they just need an excellent scoring wave to get themselves into the advancing spot. So, I mean, wow, what an interesting heat with that veteran experience kind of coming into play here as we see both red and yellow and black looking at this wave. But Teresa Bonvalot is checking this left out. She's going to get a first big turn there. Another cut back. She's surfing with urgency, getting one last turn. You know, I think just it's so hard in this situation. There's only 43 seconds left remaining in this heat, and she needed an excellent score. She needed an 8.91, so.
She looked tired at the end of that wave when she fell. She just sort of, or exasperated, I guess is a better word for it. The lip
She's
never
gotta
giving
be
her.
just so frustrated.
Knowing her surfing is so, you know, one of the surfers of the event, and then just having no wave opportunity. Yeah, frustrating stuff.
I'll tell you what, Teresa has nothing to hang her head low about because she's just 16 years old and she has shown maturity beyond her years, as we see our current heat leader, I keep calling Pauline Justine, but Paulina Du, first big crack, a second cutback, throwing tons of water here. Nice third cutback here. And she'll crack the lip on that fourth one and finish it off, and that was the end of that last heat.
Well, an all-French affair. Both of their surfers for Team France on into the women's main event final, where they will see Tia Blanco and Dominique Barona.
Well, this is interesting for Team France. I mean, they don't have any men left, but You know, there's 1,000 points up for grab for first place in the main final. Second place is 860 points in the main final. So big points at stake for the women's final.
Yeah, yes, and we do. I'm sure we'll get into those tallies. But finals day here. Let's go into this recap of that French affair.
Well, what a slow heat, but Justine Dupont and Paulina Doe really showed their veteran experience. Justine opening up with a 6.33. She backed it up with a 3.57. And Paulina Doe, a little bit more slow start for her, but she started out with a 4.33, then went to a 2.50, and then finished up the heat with a pair of sevens, Jeff.
Yeah, she kind of, I don't know if it was strategy, but when she was paddling out, found both of those rights. And this one was without priority, and the other came when she did have priority. So
And that just goes to show that getting in rhythm with the ocean, even when it's, you know, kind of inconsistent like it was today. And unfortunately, Teresa Bonvalot, 16-year-old out of Portugal, will be eliminated from the event. She just had a 4.10. She pretty much sat the entire heat, just nothing coming her way. And this was Justine's last 9-point ride, just dropped in.
So she ran away with that one after a slow start. Did all the work at the end in the last 7 minutes, as we sort of spoke about.
Welcome back to Playa Jaco here in Costa Rica. We are in a delay right now. Ricardo Bocal, our head event organizer, has put, due to the high tide conditions, he's been watching the last couple of heats. It was a very slow start for the women's Reprecharge final, and he understands that this high tide's peaking in about an hour at 7.6 feet. So we have plenty of time. We have more heats. We got the men's Reprecharge final coming up next, and instead of sending them out in the same conditions the women were going out on, he's gonna hold for an hour, and then at 11:15 we'll make a call for a possible 11:30 start, and then our grand finale of the women's and men's will follow after that. So due to the tide, due to the inconsistency of the swell, we're going to be on hold till 11:15 for a possible 11:30 restart, and we may be even on hold even after that, but we will know from the head judges. Okay, back up to you guys.
Well, thank you, Bo. There's the update. We will be on hold for another hour or so, possibly longer, Jody.
Maybe we can get Bo to grab Paulina Doe and see what got into her in that last heat. A 9.0 and a 7.33 for Paulina Doe. What an amazing performance.
Yeah, patience pays off. And, you know, we were talking about that you can get waves in a short span. Well, she did. We'll be right back from the INS ISA World Surfing Games here in beautiful Costa Rica.
Imagina que este colibrí vive en un país donde la naturaleza le rodea, donde gente feliz y educada escoge vivir en paz, donde productos de calidad se hacen y comparten, y el talento, la innovación y los sueños abundan. Este país existe. Visita, invierte y compra de Costa Rica, un país pequeño con una gran visión.
I think it made a lot of people look at pro surfing different.
I couldn't imagine living life any other way.
Soy bicibarista.
amigo, aquí a Costa Rica, mira, con las mejores carnes de ovejo y de cerdo, amigo.
Literally just comes down to an opinion.
I think it made a lot of people look at pro surfing different.
I couldn't imagine living life any other way.
Bienvenidos a Jacob, a Costa Rica.
Soy Pau Valerius.
Cookie in the mountains.
Pedí la tuya vía nuestro perfil de Facebook.
Welcome to Costa Rica. Welcome to Morgan's Cove Resort and Casino, where our driver will be waiting to take you to a resort. After sleeping in our queen-size beds, you will enjoy our local breakfast of gallo pinto. Relax with a cocktail from the poolside bar. Enjoy sunset dining and lots of games at the casino. Run by pro surfer Josimar Fuentes, Costa Rica Surf Camp by Superbrand creates the ultimate surf camp for the whole family. For more info, please visit www.morganscoveresortandcasino.com.
¡Costa Rica! ¡Pura vida!
¡Qué bello es Costa Rica! Un país pequeño pero gigante en experiencias auténticas listas para ser descubiertas todos los días.
Somos un país diverso, lleno de aventura,
cultura, naturaleza y bienestar. Lo único que tenemos que hacer es descubrirlo.
Costa Rica te espera. Vamos a turistear. Visita www.vamosaturistear.com para conocer las variadas opciones que hay para vos.
Soy Sofi.
For joining us here on the beach. We've taken a little break in the action. This is a very high tide situation. Got to let you know what's going on. The ISA officials and judges want to have the very best conditions here. I'm alongside Mateo. He's going to give us the Spanish version of what I'm telling you so that you, the audience, are informed of what's going on. So what we got to see this morning was some very, very high action, a lot of anticipated results happening for all the teams. Team Portugal losing both of its men in the main event round, so we'll see those surfers when we resume in about an hour, 11:30 or about 45 minutes. We'll see the men's repechage final. So that's coming up. The women's grand final has been decided. In the grand final, we've got none other than two of the French ladies making it out of that last repechage final. That's Paulina Du, Justin Dupont, and Tia Blanco from the USA, along with Ecuador's lone surfer, Dominic Barona. So that should be fireworks in that. Already in the men's grand final, Costa Rica's very own Noemar McGonigal, and he's the defending champion. He'll be surfing alongside Francisco Belleron from Venezuela. Just put together a beautiful heat there in his last round. So that's about it. We're going to show you highlights and a lot of good stuff in the meantime. So stay tuned to the webcast and we'll be back to live action in just about 40 minutes.
Muchas gracias, Mike. Entonces ahora en español les cuento un poquito de lo que está pasando. Aquí la marea alta nos frenó un poco la competencia. Vamos a esperar hasta las 11:30 para continuar con el nuevo llamado. Ya tenemos a finalistas en la categoría Open, lo tenemos a Lolo Bellorín, lo tenemos a Noemar McGonigal de Costa Rica y se viene lo que es la final de repechaje para saber quiénes son los otros dos competidores. En el agua van a estar los portugueses, Enrique Fernández y también Guillermo Fonseca, y va a estar Leandro Usuna de Argentina y Luca Mesinas del Perú para definir esos 4 últimos lugares de la gran final. En las chicas ya tenemos las finales. Está Tía Blanco de Estados Unidos, está la Mimi Barona desde Montañita representando a Latinoamérica en la final. Y también tenemos a dos francesas, Justine Dupont y Paulina Do. Las dos francesas que realmente surfearon muy bien en el evento principal y luego en el repechaje están dándolo todo. Así que eso va a ser dentro de muy poco aquí en la playa llena de gente, un domingo excelente, sol, un día increíble. No se pueden perder los ISA World Surfing Games, las finales dentro de un ratito nada más.
good to be back here in Costa Rica. I've been traveling a lot this year, so every time I get back here is incredible. And yeah, just super excited. This is going to be my first ISA here after the one they had in 2009, and there was a lot of people and the crowd was incredible. I know that there's a lot of teams, like more than the last few years, so I'm really stoked about that. The more teams, the better, you know. I know there's a couple countries that hadn't been coming and now they're here this year, so that's really nice to see. And yeah, it looks like we're going to have some pretty good waves, so it should be really exciting.
I love being here at the ISA World Surfing Games. It's my first time participating and it's my first time here in Costa Rica. I'm very excited about the competition, to see the other girls rip it up and see what kind of level every country brings down here, what kind of surfers they choose to represent their country. Excited about cultures and see how the surfing is treated and addressed in their country, because I think there's a lot of difference in each country how surfing gets respected, or is it popular, and who does surfing, who does not surf, and I'm very curious about that.
Come on and walk down, you're upon me. Tell me you love me, my mouth's dry. I don't know why. You're upstairs and I'm down where the city is just in my head.
Super excited to compete in this event. It's going to be my second Open ISA. I come here a lot for national events, and I'm super ready for the contest, and I hope to leave my flag up way up high.
For all Russian team, it's really important to compete the ISA World Surfing Games. We're happy to represent finally full team for guys and for girls, and we're looking forward to represent our country the best. And thank you ISA, and thank you Fernanda for the Olympics, and see you guys.
Welcome everybody to the INS ISA World Surfing Games in the beautiful town of Jacón, Costa Rica. A 100 years ago, the founder of modern surfing, Duke Kahanamoku, asked for the inclusion of surfing in the Olympic Games. In the last 22 years, at the ISA, we've been paddling into the Olympic wave, and now, finally, 3 days ago, we are riding the Olympic waves. I wish you the very best luck in the competition. an enjoyable time in beautiful Jaco, Costa Rica, and I hope you enjoy this time, these friendships, some new, some old, but most importantly, remember, this is an historical event that you will be starting in a few hours to compete. It's the first ever ISA World Championship under the era of Olympic surfing.
Hereby declare the 2016 IS World Surfing Games open. Everyone, good luck. Have a great week on the water. We're going to make history. Aloha.
Welcome back to the INS ISA World Surfing Games here in Costa Rica, Playa Jaco. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jeff Baldwin, and we saw some exciting surfing here today.
Nice first backhand snap, second one, third, throwing lots of water.
Muy orgulloso de estar aquí en Costa Rica, en Playa Jaco, en este evento tan especial para mí. Es una buena experiencia, ya que a mi corta edad le he estado echando muchas ganas. Y el equipo de México es todo un equipo, ¿no? Venimos a ganar aquí a Costa Rica en el Mundial.
This is the air. That's the one we went nose down, fins up with the spray.
Up first, we see a big air rotation.
That's a Masatachi Ono from Japan, power surfing on his backhand.
It's such a nice feeling, you know. I feel proud to represent my country, my people. It's been really good stay with my team here. I'm so happy to be here. Such a nice place, beautiful place. And let's keep going. Have fun.
Thank you for watching the 2016 day number 1 of the INS ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be back here in Costa Rica tomorrow. Until then, adios. Welcome to the beautiful country of Costa Rica for the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games. We are live from Playa Jaco on the beautiful Pacific coast side of Costa Rica. Welcome to day number 2 of competition of this exciting surfing games in the Olympic surfing era. Costa Rica, Carlos Munoz.
Just threw a ton of variety at this wave, and another day in the office.
And Carlos back-to-back waves had another outstanding heat, continuing his momentum from round 1 to round number 2.
It's amazing to represent Switzerland, actually. I'm surfing for the Swiss Surfing Association. Yeah, it's really hard to be a Swiss surfer though. You don't surf every day, you're landlocked, you surf maybe a river in summer if you get lucky, and you have to travel heaps if you really want to surf, actually.
tuning in and watching the INS ISA World Surfing Games live from Playa Jaco here in Costa Rica. Until tomorrow, adios. Buenos dias and welcome to 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games in beautiful Playa Jaco in Costa Rica. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mike Latronic, and we are getting ready to start out day number 3. Paulina Du, a 9.5 power surfing, wraps it right through that section. Combination variety, speed, power, and flow. Boom. Steve Barona, beautiful surfing, vertical surfing there, attacking the lip multiple times.
Super happy to get through to round 3. Here in Jaco, waves are pretty good, so with everything for the next one, and hope I did well too.
Here we go, watch the speed, the ramp, the air. Manuel Seldman, a 7-point ride. Highest wave score of the day from Jordi Marie from Cape Town, South Africa, a 9.63, power surfing at its best. Short condition as we watch Zen Wallace up and riding.
This is a nice overhead wave, though, and Zen really getting it.
Yeah, it was good to make that heat in my rapid charge. Conditions were quite tricky out there, but stoked to make it. Being in the rapid charge is definitely taking the long route, but pretty much if you can get a flow on, then you can keep going and make heats and heats.
Thanks for watching the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games. Until then, adios. Welcome back to the INS ISA World Surfing Games here in Costa Rica. Jeff Baldwin with Jody Nelson, ready to bring you more of this fun and exciting action at Playa Jaco Beach, Costa Rica. Here we go, surfer in white, Guilherme Fonseca from Portugal.
A beautiful top turn on his backhand, Fonseca. Yeah, and here is Carlos Munoz, Costa Rican, pretty much superstar in these parts. Really stylish surfer out of Portugal, just really showing that veteran surf knowledge.
Honestly, yeah, it's so good. I mean, team events always so much more fun. I mean, the hype around it and just having your team there and knowing there's always support on the beach, whether you win or lose after your heat, they're all going to be there.
Lopez busting air.
But as we see Kevin here on a little bit bigger, faster wave, too explosive maneuver.
I'm Bo Hodge. Thank you for tuning in. Live at Playa Oaxaca here in Costa Rica, you're watching the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games. Until next time, Pura Vida. Buenos dias and welcome back to Costa Rica for the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games. We are live at Playa Oaxaca in Costa Rica. We're getting ready for day number 5. Here's our defending gold medal champion from the United States, Tia Blanco. She looks like she's going for back-to-back gold medals. Here we go, on this forehand, Castillo. I love this rotation. Nice carving maneuvers. This is when the sun was out. Very hard turns right there, right on the closeout section.
Hey, surfing in a team event, this is my first time at the ISA, and it's kind of nerve-wracking because I guess it's other pressure of people on the team, and you want to carry your end, and but realistically, we're all kind of, we're all supporting each other, focusing on our heats, and the camaraderie has been good between us.
Costa Rica's superhero right here, Thomas King, having to advance, and he does with an 8.67 on this wave. This is this dark and ominous 9-point ride that he just terrorized. 3 massive turns, throwing mojo everywhere.
So yeah, every day it's different day and different heat, and every minute, every second of the heat is important. So I will try to do my best for sure, and I will.
Jody Nelson, for Mike Latronic, for my buddy over here, Jeff Baldwin, I'm Bo Hodge. Thank you for tuning into the webcast. Thank you for watching the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games live from Costa Rica. Until then, Pura Vida. Buenos dias and welcome to the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games at Playa Oaxaca in Costa Rica. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jody Nelson. Day number 6 is just starting right now.
Forehand jam and the wave offering 2 and 3 great sections to get vertical.
But here goes Paulina Adu up and running on her backhand, generating support speed. Nice carving turn off the top.
The waves are pretty tough, there's some good ones, but it's hard to pick the good one, and it's kind of slow. Super hard heat. I had two Peruvians and Santiago Muniz from Argentina, and yeah, I just tried to be patient and get the waves at the best wall, and yeah, just super stoked to come out on top.
You needed something to calm you down. I said, no, yeah. So sit back and relax.
here is our surfer in yellow, Billy Stearman, on a nice-looking mid-sized left-hander. He's got a lot of room to work. Gets a third turn in.
Costa Rica's Carlos Munoz in the white, getting loose and groovy and pulling that off with a lot of style.
Black Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica's got a nice open wall right here. Let's see what she can do with it.
I know you needed to calm you down. I said, down. So sit back and relax now, baby. 'Cause I'll be halfway out your door. Yeah.
Second one good, third one a little bit off center, but really picking up the steam here for a fourth and a fifth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Getting ready for the start of the Aloha Cup. We have 4 teams in semifinal number 1.
The way she walk, make me turn my head.
To go their last ditch effort, huge air reverse.
Nice carving, backhand snap. Bo throws it straight vertical on the closeout section.
She turned around, I am the man is bad. Yeah. When she starts talking, jaws just hit the ground. And when she stops, her eyes don't move around. People think she go for me, but I don't have to try. And when she's gone, my life.
Maddie Peterson up and riding for Team USA, getting a nice last turn there.
It's been so long.
Team strategy, I think just if we all come together as a team, the positive vibes, positive energy, and we'll all surf as good as we can, and everything will be great. I mean, we're in the final, so what more could you ask for?
You might be gone, but I know you inside. Yeah. When she stops talking, jaws just hit the ground. And when she's
Thank you for watching the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games live from Huckle Beach in Costa Rica. Adios. Buenos dias and welcome to day number 7 of the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games at Playa Hongo, Costa Rica. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mike Latronic, and we've got an exciting day of competition.
Let's see if this can stay open. Nice first turn. Manages a good closeout move. He knows that's his best ride.
An 8.47. Whether it was his forehand or his backhand, he was exploding out there.
Well, a combined heat total of 16.80. Leandro was on fire.
As we have Luca Macinas, one of the bigger waves. This looks to be a great wave with a lot of scoring potential.
This wave will count for Pedro Enrique.
Well, this is his last ditch effort. He's going to throw everything at this wave. He's looking for a 7-3-1. Couple solid maneuvers right there. Well, and here's Hiroto Arai, who was on fire throughout the morning, throwing down an 8.77.
to regroup here. Nice open face turn on the top. A little fat, little chunky this wave. Here she goes on the attack. Bottom to top. Nice slash on the open face. Pura Vida, 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games, live from Playa Jaco here in Costa Rica. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jody Nelson. We're getting ready for the Aloha Cup Final. Nice floater, nice speed, transition, top to bottom turns, and the weight was worth it.
Para cada uno ir viendo en vivo cómo ir manejando los tiempos y las
Management as we see up and riding Anthony Filligan. You can hear the crowd erupting. Huge turn right there, Bo. Throwing rock.
I think teamwork is one of the most important things, being in a foreign country and not really knowing your boundaries quite yet, and definitely having people from your home ground, and it's really important to us, and we're so close and connected that, you know, it's been such a blessing to have them all here and with us.
Aloha Cup winners, congratulations to Team USA.
We thank all of you for watching this year's INS ISA World Surfing Games here at Playa Jaco, Costa Rica. For Jeff Baldwin, for Jody Nelson, for Mike Latronic, I'm Bo Hodge. Until next time, Pura Vida.
Bueno, Surfing Nation Magazine, la revista de surf de Costa Rica, está estrenando su nueva edición. Pedila gratis en la gradería de Papiolas hasta agotar existencias. Gratis. Surfing Nation Magazine es media partner de los INSIS World Surfing Games Costa Rica 2016. Igualmente, Punto Surf, Surfing República, que por cierto, Surfing República en solamente 10 minutos estrena programa por Teletica Canal 7 a las 11:30. Nuevo capítulo de la gran final Reef, celebrada hace unos meses en Playa Hermosa de Jacó, lo va a transmitir en solo minutos en teletica.com y además en su canal 7. Gracias también a Tuanex Magazine, a Surf Magazine y a 7 Mares Surf Mag. Ah, ok. Surfing República a las 1:30 de la tarde. Teletica Deportes, Canal 7. Un saludo para Punto Surf por 959. Bueno, ya la dirección del evento se prepara para hacer el llamado. A las 11:30 les vamos a decir si el evento retoma o no retoma. Ya les van a decir. En 3 minutos se hace el llamado. Bienvenidos y bienvenidas. Es el Is Isa. Minutos para que hagan el llamado oficial al Mundial de Surf en Costa Rica. No sabemos si va a ser el último mundial, así que aprovechelo, vívalo. Esto va a ser un cierre histórico. Por cierto, tenemos la ceremonia de clausura hoy mismo acá en la tarima principal para todas y todos ustedes. Vamos a ver cuáles son los equipos que van a subir al podio el día de hoy. Dos minutos para el llamado oficial. 2 minutes, and then we'll do the call, the official call. Se vienen las últimas 3 finales del Mundial de Surf, del Is Isa World Surfing Games, Costa Rica 2016. Bueno, ahora sí, van a hacer el llamado oficial. Vamos a ver en qué resulta. Yo para despedirme nada más les voy a pedir un favor. Un favor muy especial. Noemar McGonagall está en la final del masculino. Regálenle un aplauso al tico, a Noemar, que vienen solo 30 minutos.
Ajá.
Ajá. Ahí está. ¿Quién se subió al helicóptero? Ah. Muy bien. Bien. Amigos, amigas, señoras, señores. Ya estamos casi por comenzar la serie final del repechaje, donde saldrán los últimos 2 finalistas para completar la gran final de la categoría varones. Bien. Atención, llamamos ya a que se vaya preparando la serie de repechaje varones, por favor. Guilherme Fonseca, Pedro Enrique, Luca Mesinas, Leandro Usuna, por favor. Vamos a esperar, comenzar en 10 minutos. Attention, we're going to start in 10 minutes. Please, Guilherme Fonseca, Pedro Enrique, Luca Mesinas, Leandro Usuna, competitors. Please stand by. Pick up the jerseys, and if you want to paddle out, it's okay. We're going to start in 10 minutes. Por favor, ahora sí, amigos free surfers, la hora ha llegado. Tienen que salir todos, por favor, para poder comenzar la competencia. attention, please, free surfer. Free surfers, please paddle immediately. We're going to start in 9 minutes, so please.
10 minutes. Yeah, but they want you to
start to paddle in right now. We need the competition area clear immediately.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games here in Costa Rica. We are going to be back and live in 10 minutes. The surfers are checking in right now, getting ready for this Repechage final with amazing surfing about to go down. Guilherme Fonseca, Pedro Henrique, both from Portugal. Luca Macinas from Peru, and Leandro Osuna. So there's some excitement. They had to wait for the tide to pass through its highest, through the peak, so that we didn't have any inconsistencies.
And the Groms took over for a little while out there. I think good little showcase for every little surfer underneath 4'11". Big crowd on the beach.
Yeah, who was out there? The Rosano sisters from Nicaragua were out there competing with, there was another Argentinian 8-year-old and another, I think, Argentinian 10-year-old. So, like, yeah, the Groms were in force.
I saw the great white California dolphin out there. Oh, that was you.
Thank you. Body surfing. I was taking fake photos of Pedro Henrique doing reverse airs over my head. So that was nice. Nice to get out in the ocean.
What are we going to call that? You know, surfers oftentimes use their fingers to finger surf their hand. What do you call it when you're out in the water, you don't have a camera, but you pretend to take a photo of somebody?
Is that, I don't know. It's photography, right? Nah.
I think we're going to just have graphics here for the next few minutes, but we are going to get underway. They're proposing a 11:40 start.
Well, look, yeah, the stage is set for so much action. We are down to the last 3 heats of this event, this being the men's Repechage final. The 2 surfers who advance out of this heat will go back up into the main round final to go up against Nomar McGonigal and our surfer from Venezuela, Balaron. There on screen, we have Guilherme Fonseca, the 17-year-old Portuguese who has been doing an amazing job for his country right there. We see the flags as he runs down through it.
Well, we can see a little bit of texture on the water here, Jeff, but I reckon that crumble is going to add a little something, a little spice to some of these turns. You know, the waves have dropped off just slightly, and now with that super high tide, the tide is going to drain out a little bit, but with that super high tide, I think this crumble may actually add a little flavor to these waves.
Yeah, well, you know, like I was saying, it's interesting how Guilherme elected to sit up in the tent in the shade with his music on and just relax, hydrate, kind of stay calm. And we saw Pedro Henrique, who pretty much stayed in the ocean the entire break, you know, and surfed the whole time. So I guess he was electing to, you know, just stay in form, stay in rhythm. He didn't want to come back to the beach. He just thought, I'll come into the beach for this ceremony that we do with our team every time. We saw in the background Leandro Osuna, who was also just hanging out in the Argentinian tent in the shade, dancing, relaxing, feeling good. This will be a hot heat. The wind still remaining very calm. Although you see it puffing in the flags, it's not affecting the surf that much. Like you were saying, Mike, maybe these crumbly lips is just going to add to the ability of guys going up and above the lip, aerial reverse surfing, which we know Pedro Henrique does. Like, that's a real strong point in his portfolio. He knows he can go to that.
Well, sing the songs of Portugal, my friend. Team Portugal is psyching right now, and for good reason. They are really sitting in great position here to medal as a team, and these next few heats are going to be very telling.
Yes, well, young Teresa Bonvalat, who had lost out in the Repechage final, she went back out for a free surf to clear her head and come in and hold her head high for her team. Of course, she was a little disappointed, but still, I mean, she surfed such an amazing event, looking to try and podium again like she did in Oceanside.
Yeah, that was a tough heat. There was so few waves. She opened up with a beautiful right-hander, I believe, but was unable to follow up. Just pretty much wave-starved. And the two French girls surfed really, really well. And smartly got going, you know, as much as they could, even on the smaller waves.
Well, and that's the heat that led to the officials deciding to take this hour break because, you know, only 2 waves had been ridden, and then there were 7 minutes remaining in the 20-minute heat. So that was a telling sign.
Looks like Leandro Osuna from Argentina just sort of getting the grease in the wheels right there, having a little warm-up wave.
Yeah, sort of in second gear.
Magnum PI showed up. This is pretty cool.
Well, we know the media is everywhere. When we go walking out of our media tent here, the beach is packed. There are TV stations from all over the place, every type of magazine from Central and South America, all of Latin America descending on this amazing ISA world event, truly a global event. I mean, and in these finals, we will be seeing USA, Ecuador, Argentina, Peru, Portugal, the men's and women's combined. So, yeah. Well, we are close. And so this is going to be a 25-minute heat. It looks like they have added 5 minutes. I will get that confirmed, but the heats up until this point, Mike, were 20 minutes.
Correct. And yeah, the scoreboard we are looking at says 25 minutes, so we'll see as this heat starts, we'll know right away if that is the case.
So yes, it is 25 minutes for the Repechage final.
Apparently, there'll be another 5 minutes added to the planned finals as well. Earlier, they planned the finals to have 25 minutes. Now, I think they're going to 30 minutes.
Okay, well, you know, and that's great. We want to see more opportunity for this amazing talent pool to shine. And I mean, especially in this event where so many of the competitors, I mean, even, you know, Noamar, who has come through the main event to make the final, he still has surfed 6 heats. But the other guys have come around the back end and surfing, you know, upwards of 8, potentially 9 heats. So to surf that many rounds and then, you know, have to be thrown into a short final, I think it's a great idea to have it a little longer.
Well, you know, the extra 5 minutes goes a long way into calming the nerves and enables the surfers to be more patient and use their strategy. Here we go. Here's the start.
Well, this is it. We are off to the races in this final men's Repechage final. Guilherme Fonseca from Portugal, Pedro Henrique from Portugal, Team Portugal looking really strong. Luca Macinas from Peru and Leandro Osuna from Argentina.
Well, the sound of the horn was exciting, but look at this, straight into a little lull. Maybe a couple of bumps coming in here in about 20 seconds, but really, really happy. The officials have decided to add 5 minutes into this Repechage final. This is not the final, but the surfers that get eliminated here, it's the end of the contest, and the 2 surfers that advance will go into the grand final.
Yes. So we see the Coast Guard out the back often. You see the lifeguards. So everybody here, the entire coastline crowded with fans, media, the police, the military, the lifeguards. Everybody is out making sure it is a safe environment, a great environment. Now you see the water's a bit brown. There were those torrential rains yesterday, Mike.
Yeah, well, brown line approaching. You can see Pedro Henrique in the white jersey. Looks like he's in position for the left. Surfer Fonseca from Portugal as well. Looks like he's got a big right-hander to start. Puts it up there into the lip. Big, mushy, open shoulder. Banks off the whitewash right there. I think we'll have a replay of what happened on the left, but there is Leandro Osuna left out the back. And, well, there's Pedro, so it must have been Lucas Macinas grabbing this left. So.
Yeah, for a second, Mike, I was wondering, well, beautiful surfing here.
Yeah, it starts off with a couple of great backside maneuvers. So good opening exchange.
On the quick glance, I was wondering if Team Portugal had a strategy to sit off to the left together, and that way they could, if a peak came, you know, claim the first two waves. It wasn't how it played out for them, so priority will soon be established, but not yet with these two surfers.
Well, this looks like another left hand forming. This time Pedro Henrique will have this opportunity. Not sure this wave's going to hold up, so he does have to kick out. Unfortunate there for Henrique. He's going to end up in last priority now.
So during the free surf in the break, he took off on about 10 what looked like walled lefts, but found open face, you know, so maybe he was going to that bag thinking this could be the same as those waves I had the whole time.
Well, keep in mind, he's got another opponent this time in the water. And when you have an opponent in the water, sometimes they force you to go further back than you would go in a free session.
Yeah.
Look at this. Luca Macinas in great rhythm, already has himself a second ride. This wave not standing up quite as well on the outside, but look at this inside wall, just really giving him another couple of opportunities right there.
Yeah, and not over surfing it, just beautiful technical surfing top to bottom, Mike. Well, here we are, 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games in beautiful Playa Jaco Beach, Costa Rica. Pedro Henrique, Mike.
No, this is Fonseca's got himself another long right-hander, but this time just unable to get the board up into the lip, so that's not going to be any kind of a score he's going to want to hold on to. It's going to be a small score.
Yes, so there we go. Guilherme Fonseca opened on the right with a 4.83, and then that's just a throwaway one for him. Luca Macinas on that same peak that they split in the opening of the heat gets a 7.50, and he will then have the next score to drop in. So off to a healthy start for our surfer from Portugal and for Peru and Team Peru, having Luca continue on, helping their points total.
Well, judges being generous right there for the start of the heat. Two good maneuvers, but I'd love to see him leave a little room for some, you know, the level of competition is going way up towards these last rounds. I mean, this is the Rapid Charge final, so big vote of confidence. Judges really liking the way Macinas surfing right now.
Well, Mike, you've been involved in many of these World Games over the years, and do you see a new level of surfing happening this year than other years?
Well, I mean, in general, I've seen in the past 5 years a blossoming of new talent and increased progression from Latin and Central American surfers in force. Just, you know, Luca Macinas just one of them, but you know, every surfer's got his day. Luca's definitely had great rhythm and really shown some improvement from previous years. So I guess the answer is yes, a lot of improvement here. Look at Leandro Asuna's got himself a nice-looking right-hander, super strong style. He's going to come off the bottom, throws a huge off the top to start things off, hits that second section with some flair, drifts the tail. He knows he started really well.
Well, yesterday during the Aloha Cup, Coach Ryan Simmons for the USA was just giving so much credit to what Leandro does on a wave. The way he finishes waves, you know, throwing his board up with so much abandon and always riding out, never falling. And then with a big power game, too. That first opening turn, Mike, the spray went out of our screen. So a 20-foot, you know, lip bash and a fan, amazing.
Well, that's what I was saying. I thought Luca Macinas with that 7.5, I think that was a well-surfed wave. This wave, I think, a few points better. Just comes off the bottom, hits it hard off the top. I mean, this is a solid set wave with 3 good maneuvers, finishing really strong as well. So I expect, you know, if we saw Lucas get 7-5 on that first wave, we're going to see this one go into the excellent range.
I'm 100% in agreement with you, and you know that you're throwing or surfing on point and throwing big sprays with speed when your next turn you're being hit by your previous turn's spray, and that's what happened. And here we have our opening ride for Argentina's Leandro Osuna at 9.20. I can hear the beach erupting.
You can see Leandro heard that score, was visibly stoked on the acknowledgement. And wow, serious situation for Team Portugal already. Both Peruvian surfer and Argentina surfer starting with waves in the excellent range. Obviously, Leandro Osuna, that one's a keeper. Lucas Macinas, though, we've seen him getting 8s and better throughout this contest. So, you know.
Well, and Luca Macinas backed himself up with a 6.17 mic, so now he sits in the lead with a 7.50 and a 6.17. Leandro Osuna with that amazing opening wave for him, a 9.2. So now he gets, with a 25-minute heat as opposed to a 20, that much more time to find that second opportunity to score in the excellent range.
This would really go far for Leandro, too. We saw Leandro win a couple years back on the really powerful reef break at Punta Rocas in Peru. I mean, his surfing really matched the style for that wave. And now here in shore break conditions, in beach break conditions, Leandro's looking just as strong. So great show of versatility. And look at that, Team Portugal. Oh no, so that was a priority situation. Lucas Macinas obviously wanted this wave, had priority, and Pedro Henrique was forced to let him go. Boom, throwing a nice gaff there. A second one, a third one. This wave just keeps giving.
Well, we've seen that same right play a part in our surfer from Venezuela's heat when he got the 9-point ride going down there. And interesting how Pedro Henrique was sitting without priority, but only has that 0.40 on the score line, where Luca Macinas somehow had priority again and got that great right. So.
Well, yeah, really surprised. Enrique's got a lot of veteran knowledge, but unfortunately just not on display as yet. And on display is another powerful hack from Leandro Osuna from Team Argentina.
Wow, so if Leandro were to pass through and make it into the main event final, we then would have two former gold medalists in the final going up against one another. But we won't, say that that's happened yet. But, it could possibly happen. Opening with a 9.2 sure sets the stage for it.
And he just backed it up well. I don't know exactly what the judges will give him, but that was a nicely ridden left-hander. Not a giant wave, but I'd say he's definitely going to take first place. It depends, because Luca Macinas put together a good right-hander as well. So Peru and Argentina definitely tightening down the bolts right now.
Well, there it is. Luca Macinas on his right that he just rode was a 7.17 mic. So based upon the second left he had, which was kind of a 3 or 4 turn softer, smaller wave, he got the 6.17. Seems like Leandro would fall in that area. But, we're not the judges, but he will have a solid backup and definitely move himself close to the lead or into the lead. And we see now Guilherme Fonseca with first priority, his teammate Pedro Henrique with second priority. So Pedro Henrique sitting down to the far left of the beach. That's his go-to left that he's been surfing consistently.
Yeah, well, if this was boxing right now, Team Portugal can't figure out how to get around the jab of Team Argentina and Team Peru. And they're going to have to make some adjustments in order to get in this fight.
100%. Well, up again. So Pedro Henrique, knowing he needs to start with a big score, lets Luca take that wave inside of him. That will be a throwaway for him. Well, you know that Leandro sits out there patiently awaiting his score to see where it sits in his line, and what he has to do next, there he is saying, hey, give me it. Let me know. I want to be able to strategize the rest of my heat. Well, the wind puffing up a bit. Leandro Osuna has impressed heat after heat, and I know that up until yesterday, he had kind of a mid-range two-wave totals in the 12s and 13s, and he was advancing. Well, then yesterday he brought that up into the 16 range, and it looks like, you know, that is his goal now. So peaking at the right time or climbing to his peak where, let's say we saw one of the form surfers of the event in Hiroto Arai scoring, you know, upwards of 15 points consistently. I mean, actually it was 16, so he was having, you know, 2 8s in every heat. And then it he ran out of gas, peaked a little early. And so that's a tough thing in this long road to a final here at the ISA World Games.
Yeah, well, Osuna's one of those surfers that you could easily dub as a water gladiator. I mean, that man has basically got muscles all over, and you know, he's a great waterman as well. He just spends a lot of time in the ocean and just got rewarded for it.
A 7.27. Well, that's the way to open your score line in a Reprecharge final where only 2 advance to the main event final, trying to get back into the winner's circle and get another gold. A 9.2 and a 7.27.
Well, let's look at that again. You know, just a real easy opening to this wave, gets a nice slash right there, and then really starts to chuck on some steam. Just a stylish and strong approach, ends with a little wave. I'm going to go out and say that was a little generous and for my taste, but you know, judges really giving the nod to the power that Leandro puts into his turns.
Well, and like you alluded to in the very beginning of the heat, when the judges awarded Luca Macinas with a 7.50 right out of the gates, they kind of set that table for if anyone does this or a little more, you know, we're almost into the excellent range right away. So at least, you know, I guess that'll be consistent for the other riders once they get going. And as we say, Pedro Henrique looking to get going. Boy, with almost only 10 minutes remaining in this heat,
well,
just 1.40.
They are just getting annihilated in the corner. They need to, you know, keep those elbows tight and keep the chin tucked and try to maintain a level head, because they will eventually get opportunities, and there's still 10 minutes, 15 seconds left. So there's still time on the clock, and both these surfers can generate excellent scores, but you know, it's are they going to be punch drunk, or are they going to come out of the corner swinging?
Well, are you saying that this is a rumble in the jungle situation? Ollies on the ropes? You were going with the boxing references.
Yeah,
so you know, had to roll with it.
We're rolling with it, and unfortunately, no waves rolling in right now, so very, very tense. I think the psychology in the water right now is, you know, your inner gut is just squeezed down to your spine right now. You're trying to take every ounce of calm and zen in your body to maintain a positive outlook, because you know, it's called being rattled. You know, will the waiting rattle you? Will the pressure rattle you? You know, when you're running out of that much time, you start to realize that you're only going to get maybe 2 or 3, 4 maximum waves opportunity to put down 2 8-point rides to get out of this heat.
Well, we know that Team Portugal has been running drills. All these competitors do these things, but I'm sure that Pedro Henrique, through the years, has had plenty of 10-minute and under drills, 5-minute and under drill, 2-minute drills. Like, what do I do if I need a 6, an 8? You know, these guys do this sort of routines, even in free surfs. They have little mental games they'll play with themselves alone, and then when they're in a team format, they'll do it as a group. So, you know, talk about readjusting the strategy. Now he knows he's in an 8-minute heat.
Yeah, well, I'd say the tide is going out. That sometimes creates a situation where there are a little bit longer lulls. I don't know if that's playing on their minds or if just the ocean does what it does, Jeff.
Yeah, you know, and you wonder too, the event directors and the head judge, they made the call to postpone the event for that hour, trying to let the tide wash through its peak and, you know, hoping to have it be more consistent coming into the final 3 heats of the day, the most critical heats of the day. And during that time, Pedro Henrique stayed in the water and he surfed 20 waves. So, you know, you wonder what he's thinking too. Like, man, the whole time we were off, I was surfing.
Well, and, you know, to the Ocean's credit, there have been opportunities. They all came within the first 5 or 10 minutes, though. So,
yeah.
Unfortunately, for Fonseca and Henrique, they just didn't capitalize on the front part of this heat, and it's really costing them the pressure test right now.
Well, look at that crowd here at the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games here in Costa Rica. We need to thank our presenting sponsor, the National Institute of Insurance, and some of our supporting sponsors, the Costa Rican Surfing Federation, RPM TV, Hyundai, Credomatic, Colby, Hotel Amapola, New Era, and our media partners. Surfline is our official forecaster, Surfos Magazine, Free Surf Magazine, Passion Extrema, and The Inertia. Well, time winding down, Mike. They added 5 minutes to these heats now, or to this heat, and we have 6.5 minutes remaining for 2 of our surfers to really try and get busy. But up and riding, Mike.
Well, this is what you can do when you don't have priority. You can pretty much play around on the smaller inside waves, and Leandro Osuna's tactic is paying off. Just another beautiful slam there for the Argentinian. I mean, if we were in question about the last score being generous, I think this one is definitely deserving of another decent score.
Yeah, and as he throws his arms up, he's not throwing them at the judges. You know, he's just throwing them up at his teammates on the beach going, what do you think? We having fun together, you know? Not for want of a score, but more for the passion of his country.
And I'm not going to say the Portuguese are getting greedy, but, you know, that was an opportunity to score. But they wanted to get the turkey dinner. They want to try to wait for a wave that's going to make it easier to get an excellent score. That wave, well, maybe it would have been an excellent score, maybe not. That one didn't go into, so that one did go into the excellent range, an 8.5 for Osuna, and you can only imagine that Pedro's just going, why did I not paddle for that wave?
Right, yeah. Well, and we know that Pedro can be so scrappy. I mean, he is a compact, smaller surfer, so he can take a small wave and light the thing up. And yeah, you know, you see it happen quite often. The surfer under priority will milk a little wave like that into a big score. And yeah, you always wonder, are they sitting out back scratching their heads going, wow, how did that happen? You know, that he just couldn't see it. Well, under 5 minutes remaining, Mike Latronic here, and Leandro Osuna from Argentina is running away with this, currently in the lead with a 17.70 heat total. So he is now having his best heat of this event to date, points-wise anyway.
Well, this is a train wreck for Team Portugal, unfortunately. Right now, Guilherme Fonseca, who has actually at least a scoring wave in his line, still needs a 9.85 to get into advancing position. So, as you can imagine, I think 2 waves are required from both surfers to realistically get into swinging position. And here we go, finally. Pedro Henrique's found himself a little left-hander. He's got his feet underneath him, looking good. You know, if one thing Pedro has is a lot of experience, so completely unrattled, doing some very beautiful surfing, and that snap at the end's probably not going to factor in, but 3 nice turns there from Henrique in the white jersey.
Yes, he finally gets himself into this thing. At least, you know, getting that first score on the board. Who knows? But he's in a combination situation, so I mean,
I'm going to say, based on how the scale's been set, that well could rival one of Messina's waves, if not close in or better it. We'll see. I mean, there's a couple of really strong turns in that lineup that Pedro did. Not sure if we can get a replay of that while there's a little lull in the action, but really like to critique that again with just 3 minutes left. Henrique is going to be in the lineup in possible contention for another wave.
So yeah, he is really, I agree with you. That could factor in like that. Here we go, Mike.
All right, well, he starts off with a little check turn off the top, but then slams that one section, comes around, gets a nice whitewash float, comes in, slashes the third section. Unfortunately, this fourth turn probably not ridden out. You know, the judges really look at whether or not the surfer rides out, so we'll see what the judges say.
Well, that gouging layback was nice. Well, they give him a 6.40. So yeah, that last, power hack cutout.
Well, looking at it again, I could see that, some of the turns were medium speed. It was a beautifully surfed wave. That's why I wanted to look at it again. I wanted to see how much emphasis and torque he put into it. And, I think the judges did a good job of putting the right score right there.
Well, our second place surfer, Luca Macinas, Peruvian team ripper. This is gonna maybe, well, he has two great scores on the board, a 7.5 and a 7.17. So he's safe at the moment, and maybe that will take that further north.
I think he put a lot of torque into that one turn, but I don't think that wave is going to affect his score overall. I think, he got the 7.5 on that other wave due to the size and the velocity and the vertical approach he took to just those two sections. So Messina's surfing another good wave, but I'm inclined to say it may not affect his score.
Well, yeah, so as it is, Leandro has run away with this thing. He even has our second place surfer comboed, so it's all about second place.
You can see he doesn't really get a turn on the outside, then just a check turn right there. There's the whole emphasis of the wave. Another little turn right there, but no, this is definitely not going to get even close to the excellent range.
No. And we are down to under a minute, Mike, almost, 30 seconds remaining in this heat, this Reprecharge final for the men. 2 will be going on, and will we see Leandro Osuna, our gold medalist from the past, going up against Nomar McGonigal, last year's?
Well, I think Pedro Henrique needs a huge score. If Fonseca's smart, he's going to make sure that Henrique gets this wave, but nobody's going to get it. I think that's all she wrote.
Well, it has been an amazing run for Team Portugal, but give it up for those two young men, our Peruvian and our Argentinian. Leandro Osuna with a massive 2-wave total of 17.70, and Luca Macinas just getting his work done.
Well, Argentina being a key player there for Team Peru. Team Peru's in the running for the gold, and you can see Macinas doing his work for Team Peru. But this man really helped Team Peru as well. I mean, obviously putting some lead into the Argentinian pencil, but taking out the Portuguese was almost as important as advancing for Team Peru.
Absolutely. I'm sure coming closer after this final, the teams will all be awarded, the individuals will be awarded. Can you believe that we're in the 8th day of this marathon of competition? Leandro Osuna has been a part of the marathon, and incredible stuff here. Hot action around the corner. Leandro Osuna this is the 8.5 that he picked up underneath Pedro Henrique's priority, and finished off very strong right there. And this was the wave that Pedro Henrique got towards the end of the heat, trying to get himself back into it. well-surfed wave. We know he loves his board. A nice, stylish layback carve, and the wave just ran out on him there. Well, we will be right back with hot action, the women's final here at the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games in Costa Rica.
Qué bello es Costa Rica, un país pequeño pero gigante en experiencias auténticas listas para ser descubiertas todos los días.
Somos un país diverso, lleno de aventura, cultura, naturaleza y bienestar. Lo único que tenemos que hacer es descubrirlo.
Costa Rica te espera. Vamos a turistear. Visita www.vamosaturistear.com para conocer las variadas opciones que hay para vos.
Welcome back to the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games. We are into our first final with the Women's Open. And we're in beautiful Costa Rica on the Pacific Coast. Look at that drone shot of Playa Jaco. Standing room only. The infrastructure here for this World Surfing Games for 2016 is spot on, and we're down to the final four for the ladies. 1,000 valuable points going to the team, and let's introduce our surfers out in the water. Dominique Barona will be in the red jersey representing Ecuador. Defending gold medal champion Tio Blanco from California representing the United States will be in the white jersey. And we have two French surfers also making the final. In the yellow jersey, Pauline Adu and Justine Dupont in black. Let's go down to the beach and check in with Mike Latronic.
Okay, thanks, Bo. I may well be standing next to one of the most consistent final placers in the ISA's history, Leandro Osuna. Great surfing. This is going to be your third final in a row. And the one before that, you got like 5th or 6th place, so almost got there.
Yeah, so I got 6th in Santa Catarina, Panama. Then I got 1st, then I got 4th, and I'm in this final again. So it's been great. I love doing these contests, you know, because your whole family, your family, which is your country, your friends, your girlfriend, everything, you know, they're always behind you. They're always helping you out, motivating you. So I'm just so excited. I'm so, you know, emotionally like inspired by everybody that's always, you know, just telling me to go for it and keep fighting and keep your head up. And this is a reward, you know, and finally comes. So just really happy. I don't know. I'm shaking. I got no words.
Well, I certainly am a big fan of your power surfing. I know the judges are. And right now, I'd have to say Peru is a huge fan of your power surfing, because not only was that an important heat for you to make, but you helped in the whole team point standing.
Okay, so when I won in Peru, I got 1st, Anthony Fielding got 2nd, and because Australia got 3rd and 4th, they took the gold medal that year. So they owe me. They owe me.
Free ceviche next time this goes to Pico Alto for sure. Anyway, in your native tongue, do you want to say anything to your folks in Argentina?
Sí, muchas gracias a todos, mamá, papá, Frankie, Mary, Jimo, María, Pili, mi amor, te amo, toda la gente en Argentina, la gente amiga, la gente en Puerto, la gente en California, en San Diego, acá estamos todos. Muchas gracias, vamos, una más nos queda, pero gracias, saludos grandes.
Love standing next to that man right there. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Mike, and congratulations to Leandro and also for Luca. They'll be making the final, joining Nomar and Francisco. Now will be coming up next. Format for this final will be a 30-minute final. Time-wise, a peak situation, meaning both rights and lefts are being judged equally. They're allowed to catch, I believe, 12, maybe up to 15 waves in this final. And they'll be judged on all their rides on the 0 to 10-point scale, keeping their best 2 waves for the final as we award copper, bronze, silver, and gold. Well, this is huge. Portugal just losing their last 2 competitors. They were coming into day number 8, Jody, as the #1 seed, as gaining the most possible points. But their lady going down earlier today, Teresa Bonalot, she places equal 5th. Guilherme Fonseca, he'll place equal 5th. Pedro Enrique will place equal 6 in the competition, so their points are solidified. And it is really up for grabs right now between Peru, France, Costa Rica, the United States, and even Argentina as we watch our first surfer in this final. This is Pauline Adu.
Well, Pauline Adu getting her campaign going, so to speak, in this heat, and we're just 3 minutes into it. So a bit of a wait at the beginning of this heat, but the girls have more time with the 30 minutes on the clock, so they're able to be a little more selective. But, man, I'm sure Justine and Pauline are still a little bit scarred from that heat earlier where it was just really, really slow.
Well, the judges made a call, but they wouldn't have known that unless they had ran that heat. So during their final repechage heat, they decided to put the contest on hold for over an hour just to let the tide peak out. Now the tide will be draining, and we saw in that last heat a lot of contestable waves, even a 9.2 from Leandra Osuna.
Well, all 4 of these ladies in this final are ranked on the QS. 2 have been on the championship tour in the past. Pauline Adu probably being the most decorated, spending 4 years on that world tour. And 3 25-year-olds, and Tia Blanco being the youngest at age 19. Last year's gold medalist, and Dominique Barona being 2014 silver medalist at the ISA World Surfing Games. So a lot of experience out in the water.
Yeah, Dominique Barona, you may have not heard that name. She's from Ecuador. She's currently ranked number 8 on the World Qualifying Series, and she's knocking on the door of possibly getting into the CT. And look at these sets coming through. We're going to tell you about Dominique after we see these series of waves. Black, red will go under. Usually that first set is a closeout set as it comes through. We can tell you Pauline Adu, opening wave, a 5.77. When we give you scores in this final, it will be all to first place because first and second will not advance. This is the end of the road. This is the final 4. You want to go for gold. So Pauline Adu in the lead on an opening wave of a 5.77. Now going back to Dominique, she was second to Bronte McCauley earlier this year at the Los Cabos Open surfing event as we watch Pauline's 5.77.
Yeah, she just kind of had a little bobble there on before her second to last turn there, but you know, judges still leaving a lot of room there on the scale, and we're taking a look at this next wave coming through. That's Dominique taking a look, but not going to offer anything there.
Yeah, Dominique, we told you about her second place earlier this year in the QS at the Los Cabos Open of Surfing. She's had a couple of 9th places at the Paul Mitchell Supergirl over in Oceanside and the Aussie Bodies down in Australia this year. So very consistent, a very adapted surfer as we see Pauline Adu register her second scoring wave at a 2.5. There's the Rosano sisters from Nicaragua cheering on.
Yeah, they're probably
Dominique.
in heaven watching, you know, all these girls that they look up to out here surfing in the final, and we saw them in the earlier rounds. But yeah, I was taking a look at that QS 6000 that Dominique surfed in and got second place in. She took down names like Silvana Lima, Tatiana Weston Webb. So she's got plenty of experience surfing against big names, and she doesn't seem fazed by it. And I mean, I couldn't understand her interview earlier because I don't speak a whole lot of Spanish, but man, she was almost in tears, just so proud and excited that she made it to the final, and you know, just a great representative for Team Ecuador.
Yeah, last year she was equal 16th at the World Surfing Games. Of course, 2 years ago, Jody told you she was the gold medal winner, excuse me, the silver medal winner behind Annalie Gomez from Peru. So that's the last time she made the final. Also in that final from 2 Australians, Felipe Anderson and Jessica Grimwood. So 23 minutes, 45 seconds. Still have yet to see Dominique, Tia, and Justine catch their rides, but 2 quick rides for Pauline Adu, setting the pace here at a 5.77 and a 2.5. Now, you look at Tia Blanco. She is a gold medal winner of this event last year. She was part of the ISA World Junior Championship team at Oceanside last year for Team USA, where she won a silver medal in the individual. She won a bronze medal at the World Juniors in Ecuador at the under-18s in 2014. And here we go, third wave for Pauline Adu.
Well, we saw her do this in that last heat where she just tried to keep busy when the waves were slow. She tried to catch a lot of waves. She did start, you know, her heat later. We had quite a few minutes tick off the clock before the whole entire last heat of the women started. But, you know, Pauline noticed she just started getting her campaign going, catching anything and everything. There's no priority right now, so that's why you see the surfers spread out on your screen up there. But Yeah, back to Tia Blanco. She's at just 19 years old is really a decorated amateur surfer, and she's focused completely on qualifying for the CT right now. She's rated number 33 on the QS for this year. She's a 2015 NSSA Western Conference and Surfing America US titles. She has had a win in the Ron John Pro Juniors. We see black up and riding Justine Dupont.
Yeah, this will be the opening ride for our second French surfer. Couple of taps, redirects, and kicks out. So that high tide's still playing a factor out here, Jody, isn't it?
Definitely, yeah. I mean, it's not a huge difference between high and low today, and it'll be slow draining throughout the day. It was a 7.6 at 11:31 a.m. Local time right now is 12:16, so about 45 minutes ago was high tide. 5:49 p.m. will be, it'll drop just to a 1.8. So not a huge difference in the tidal changes today. And that's why we're seeing, it slow down a little bit.
Well, this is huge for Team France. They have two competitors in the final with Justine and Pauline right here. If they go 1 and 2, that's a possible 1,860 total team points. Team France is still in the running to win the team medal.
Definitely. Like it would be really interesting to find out what their strategy was, if they talked about the team strategy or if they just, went out in their own individual strategies. We see a nice set coming in here. And Dominique Barona right in the right spot at the right time. She gets that nice first turn. It's a little bumpy on the face right now. Unfortunately, she just kind of comes unstuck there.
Yeah, she lost her footing on that last maneuver, but she's on the board. That'll give Tia Blanco first priority, second priority, Pauline Nadeau. Now, 9 minutes, 20 seconds has passed, and Tia has yet to catch a wave. And we've seen that not once, not twice, but 3 or 4 times in this contest.
But every single heat thus far has been a 20-minute heat. So Tia, probably still keeping that in the back of her mind. She's done a great job throughout this entire event. She's only gotten second twice. This is her 6th heat of the event. She peaked in round 1 with a 15.03 heat total and went on to get 3 first-place finishes and 2 second-place finishes. So she's been very, very consistent. Every single heat she's surfed has been in the double-digit mark, either in the 12s or 13s, with that high in the 15 two-wave combined total. So I'm sure she's, having a little talk with herself out there in the water, keeping herself calm. So we see her paddling into this nice left-hander bow. She's going to eye that lip, connect. I'm really impressed with her surfing as far as how loose she gets her tail on her turns. She really gets low on her board and always projecting that tail into the lip. But unfortunately, she comes unstuck. But we've seen a lot of the girls come unstuck. Why don't you update us with current situation there, Bo?
Okay, we can tell you Pauline Nadeau is in the lead. Combination of scores of a 5.77 and a 2.73. Second place, fellow French companion Justine Dupont. She has a one-wave score of a 3.67. In third is Dominique Barona, who was just paddling for that wave. She has a one-wave score of a 2.87. And Tia Blanco, the defending gold medal champion, in fourth with a 1.5. Everybody needs to go to first. So what does Tia need on her next ride? A 7.01 or better. Dominique needs a 5.64 or better. And Justine needs a 4.84 or better.
Well, Dominique getting a nice turn on that. It was a smaller inside wave, but she knows she just needs to get going in this heat. And that was her second wave of the heat.
Okay, let's see the second score.
Well, Team France, their 4 competitors, their male competitors bowing out in the repechage round, led by Dimitri Ovray, 16th overall. Lost out in the men's Repo 6. Here we go. Justine Dupont on her second ride, on her backhand. Let's watch how she dices up this wave. She's gaining some more momentum. She has some board speed, setting up for the inside, and nothing much for her. So again, the tide playing a factor here for the ladies in the women's final. 18 minutes and 5 seconds remaining in this 30-minute final. There's Team France, there's Team USA. And we're awaiting score last of Dominique Barona.
All right. I was going to say, all right, Bo, I crunched a little numbers and looked at the road to the final. And you know who's looking the most consistent out of all 4 girls? Pauline Nadeau has surfed 8 heats, or this is her 8th heat of the event. She's only lost once. Every single other heat she's won. So she got third in round 3, bumping her into the repechage round. But she has won every single other heat that she surfed in so far in this event.
Well, she's found her groove. She's found her teammate out in the water with her. France is sitting 1 and 2. And here we go. There she is on spot. Can she get into that wave? No, she had second priority. And here we go. Surfing in black is her countryman. That's Justine Dupont. And again, she digs in an outside rail going down. We're on standby for scores. Last of black and last of red. American fans cheering on Tia Blanco, the gold medalist from last year. She's only ridden one wave. She fell off that wave, a 1.5. She needs a 7.01 to take the lead. Justine Dupont registers a 3.47, so we're still waiting for third wave score and second wave score for Dominique Barona. And Barona gets a 4.2. So still, Pauline Adu in first, Dupont in second, Barona in third, Blanco in fourth. Tia needs a 7.01 to go to first. Dominique needs a 4.31 to go to first. And Justine needs a 4.84 to go to first.
Well, here's Dominique, Team Ecuador. Eyeing this one, gets a nice first turn there, throwing a bit of water, connects with the lip on that second turn, gets it back to the open face. Another quick hit there. That's her fourth turn, fifth turn here. And so she surfed that one well all the way to the beach as we see Tia Blanco getting her heat started.
Yeah, and this is a keeper wave for Tia. Lots of board speed here. Nice transition right through the white water all the way on the inside. So keeper waves for white, keeper waves for red. That'll give black first priority on the outside, Justine Dupont. She has 3 waves in the 3-point range, a 3.67, a 3.47, and a 3.13. She is chasing her teammate Pauline Adu with a 5.77 and a backup of a 2.73.
Well, here's where we're going to see that priority situation come into play, Bo, as Justine's sitting out the back. She unfortunately didn't get any of those exchanges in that last heat, but we'll see who gets deemed second, third, and fourth priority here, depending on who gets out the back first.
And you can see Dominique and Pauline stroking really hard, trying to establish second and third priority. Time remaining, 15 minutes in and 15 minutes out. So the first half of this Women's Open final has been clocked in, and we're waiting for possibly some good, impressive scores.
Yeah, it feels like the heat kind of just got started as everybody's kind of gotten some decent waves under their belt now, and things are starting to settle in here. The judges have set their scale. Priorities getting awarded as we just see yellow get second priority there.
Well, our heat leader, Pauline Adu, has 2 of the best 4 scores of the contest. That's 2-wave scores. She has a 17.93 and a 17.77 earlier. And look at Team France. So scores slowly coming in. Last wave for Tia Blanco, a 7.33. Last wave for Dominique Barona, a 6.5. We have a new situation. Dominique Barona from Ecuador is now in first on a combination of scores of a 6.5 and a 4.2. In second, United States Tia Blanco with a 7.33 and a 1.5. Tia needs a 3.38 to go to first. France was sitting 1-2. Now they're sitting 3-4. Pauline Adu to regain the lead needs a 4.94, and Justine Dupont needs a 7.04.
Well, Pauline up and riding on this nice set wave, connects on that last turn. She's looking for a 3.07, Bo, like you said, and we'll see if the judges give her that.
No, she's looking for a 4.94. We're
Right.
reading everything to first place for the gold medal.
And we saw Dominique Barona get a 4.20 on a single maneuver earlier in this heat, so it'll be interesting to see what the judges deem that last wave for Pauline Adu. It was a set wave. She had a great last turn.
13 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. We're on standby for scores. Pauline Adu in the yellow jersey from France, looking for a 4.94 or better to go back into the lead. Here we go. On the paddle, her teammate, Justine Dupont.
Well, Justine's got a great backhand as she connects and gets her tail loose on that first turn. She's going to try and connect to the open face here. You know, uncharacteristic mistakes in this heat from Justine Dupont as she sits in that fourth position. Just, you know, not as confident on her board in this heat, it seems like.
Okay, we're awaiting last of yellow, last of black. Thus, first priority has been deemed to white, Tia Blanco. Second priority to Dominique Barona, and she's going to use it.
Dominique, first nice turn there. Didn't really connect to the lip yet. Another kind of mid-face cut back there. Now she's going to eye the lip. Better turn on that third turn, and she'll redirect, roundhouse cut back, see if this thing stands up on the inside. And a great last hit. She claims it. She's excited about that one. As
wow.
We see that lethal surfing from Tia Blanco.
Well, you just saw the last maneuver from Tia Blanco, but that expression and that claim tells us that it was a keeper wave. So both keeper waves for both red and white as they were in the transition. We're still waiting last scores of black and yellow also. 11 minutes, 45 seconds. And now the girls have found their rhythm. Here's the replay of Tia Blanco.
Well, great wrapping round or cut back that first turn, then connects with that lip on that second turn, really extends all the way around. So she likes that one. And here's Justine Dupont up and riding.
Yeah, let's watch Justine. Definitely her best ride. The rhythm there, the transition, the combination of maneuvers, and the control. Okay. All four of these ladies are going to have good quality scoring waves. Paulina Du, wave prior was a 6.53, and now she registered a 7.93. Paulina Du regains the lead on a two-wave combination of a 14.46, repeating a high of a 7.93 her last wave, and the wave prior was a 6.53. That puts Dominique Barona in second place with a 6.5 and a 4.2. But remember, we saw her with that long right-hand wave. She needs a 7.97 to regain first. Tia Blanco on the forehand on that left. She now needs a 7.14. And for Justine Dupont, we're awaiting two-wave scores for Justine. She now is comboed out of first. She can only get a 7.04 to get into second. She needs a 14.47 to take the lead, and she can't do that on one ride. So now it's getting hot and heavy, Jody.
Well, I was really impressed with Justine's last wave. She's not giving up. She's still fighting as we see Tia Blanco up and riding. Currently in third place. Nice first kind of float turn there. And kind of comes unstuck on that second turn.
Now remember, Dominique Barona has another fantastic scoring opportunity on that right-hander. Tia Blanco's now waiting for two waves, and Dominique's waves has just come in at an 8.17. She has taken the lead back over. Dominique Barona, world number 8 on the QS from Ecuador in the red jersey. Consistent surfing here from her. An 8.17 and a 6.5. She's in first. Second place, just fractions of a point behind by 0.21 is Paulina Du, is 14.67 to 14.46. Pauline now needs a 6.75. Repeat, a 6.75. Tia Blanco, we are awaiting her two waves to be input into the scoring tally. She needs a 7.35 to go to first place. Justine Dupont, she is comboed out of first. She is comboed out of second. She can only get up to third, but that's all going to change with Blanco's next two scoring rides.
And we're still waiting for a wave to come in for Justine, right?
Correct. We have two scores coming in for black, two scores coming in for white. And one of them for white, Tia Blanco, the defending gold medal champion, is going to be flirting in that excellent range also. So all these ladies pushing the level high. Why? This is the final of the Women's Open of the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games, and they're... No, I thought there was a score in. So the judges have to readjust the second and third wave for Tia Blanco. And once that gets locked in, we'll give you a situation update. 8 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. Priority, yellow. First priority, that's Paulina Du. Second priority, Justine Dupont in black. So as the judges readjust, how impressed are you with Dominique Barona?
Oh, she's been putting on a clinic this entire event. Every single heat she's surfed has been in the double digits, so she's been really consistent. She came from the main round. She hasn't lost a single heat. So very, very impressive from the young lady from Montanita, Ecuador. And she's only been surfing for 10 years, Bo.
Well, she looked like she's been surfing very consistency in this event. A former silver medalist 2 years ago in Peru. And then the judges are having to readjust their scale or their input of numbers, and they're correcting it right now, so we apologize for the delay. Two scores for black, 2 scores for white. We can tell you that Justine Dupont scored a 4.03. She has a better wave still yet to come. And Tia Blanco's trying to improve on her 7.33. She's counting a 1.5 right now, but that's thrown out. We're awaiting her last 2 wave scores at this point. We can tell you that Tia Blanco's wave number 4 is a 3.2, but is her 3rd wave that we are waiting for. Seven minutes remaining. Thanks for being patient. 2 excellent scores or near excellent scores are going to be announced here between Dupont and Blanco. 7 minutes remaining.
Well, here's our heat leader, Dominique Barona. She's sitting on a 7.33 of her high score, and she's connecting on yet another right-hander. This one will stand up on the inside. She gets the last crack there, and she'll kick out. So that'll be her 5th wave for our current heat leader.
And we're awaiting 5 wave scores. 1 for red, 2 for white, 2 for black. We can tell you that. 6 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Previous wave of white, Tia Blanco is 7.39. She goes to first. Last wave for Justine Dupont in black, a 7.03.
Well, Justine connecting on that first turn. Great first turn, sweeping roundhouse cut back there. And she'll just time this wave. You know, not a whole lot of bobbles as she goes through this fat section, and another slash right there, and she'll kick out right on the shore. So Justine quietly and, you know, carefully building her campaign there.
5/100ths of a point separates gold and silver. Tia Blanco, 14.72. Dominique Barona, a 14.67. 5/100ths of a point separates these 2 ladies. Last wave, previous wave of Dominique Barona, not one of her top 2, a 5.07. Repeating, Tia Blanco in first with a 7.39 and a 7.33. Dominique Barona from Ecuador in red in second with an 8.17 and a 6.5. She needs a 6.56 to regain first. Paulina Du, surfer in yellow, was in the lead. Now she needs a 6.8 to go to first, and Justine Dupont just registered a 5.3. She has broken the combination for gold. She now needs a 7.7. And Jody, 5 minutes remaining. Anything could happen.
Well, what an exciting heat. We kind of got off to a slow start, but the girls just putting on a spectacular show for everybody watching all around the world, and the hundreds of thousands of people on the beach here. And they are not disappointing at all. And it's going to be interesting to see, is that the last wave of Justine Dupont that just dropped?
Yeah, we already announced that, 5.3. So all 4 ladies have a solid, near excellent, or excellent wave score. Dominique Barona, an 8.17. Tia Blanco, a 7.39. Paulina Du, a 7.93. And Justine Dupont, a 7.03. Now it's all going to come down to their backup wave. And right now, the best backup wave is our leader, Tia Blanco. Her backup wave is a 7.33. Dominique Barona's backup wave in second is a 6.5. Paulina Du's backup wave, a 6.53. And for Justine Dupont in fourth, her backup wave is a 5.3. So again, Dupont in fourth, needing a 7.7 to go for gold. Paulina Du in third, needs a 6.8 to go for gold. And Dominique Barona, 5/100ths of a point behind Tia Blanco, needs a 6.56 to go for gold.
Well, what a great call from contest director to extend this final to 30 minutes, because now everybody has been given a chance to surf and show their talents, and it hasn't been a wave catching heat, it's been a surfing final. So great call by contest director here at the ISA World Surfing Games to extend these heats to 30 minutes, as we see Justine Dupont up and riding. Last ditch effort. She needs a 7.70 to move herself up into that gold medal contention. And she gets a kind of mushy, smaller left-hander. She looks up to the beach to see how much time's left, as we see
first and second place here. There's Tia Blanco, the defending gold medal champion, and 5/100ths of a point separates these two ladies right now. Who holds priority? Tia Blanco, your heat leader. But don't count out Dominique Barona. She's in red. She's going to look at this wave. So is Tia. Who's going to get it, Jody?
Well, it's Tia's wave, but I did see another bump out the back, so this will be an interesting exchange. Nice sweeping cutback by Tia. She connects the lip on that second turn. Nice closeout maneuver there on that last turn there. She really extends her tail out on those maneuvers, as we see the second wave of the set. Dominique Barona Now it's her turn to show what she's got.
She has a little bit more speed, but no scoring potential out there. She's going to kick out and paddle out. Now, all four surfers trying to paddle out. Established priority has now just been given to Justine Dupont. So those last two exchanges for first and second, not going to be in their top two wave counts. Tia Blanco, a 14.72. Dominique Barona, a 14.67. Here we go. Pauline Adu up and riding.
Well, this is a replay, Bo, from an earlier wave. I believe this is her 7.93. So just taking a look back here at some amazing surfing that Pauline's been doing in this heat, but unfortunately that would have been a much higher score if she would have held on to that last maneuver.
Well, Costa Rica, Portugal, USA, and Peru finished 1, 2, 3, 4 in that order last year. And all four of those countries are still in contention to win the team competition along with Team France. They were not here last year. And we're down to 90 seconds, Jody. 90 seconds. Tia Blanco with a 0.5100 point lead over Dominique Barona.
That looks like Team Costa Rica making their way down, as we're going to see defending gold medalist Noemar McGonigal in the men's final.
Jody, I'm going to send you down to the beach to go get an interview with the gold medal winner right now. We want to get your impressions.
Are we having fun yet, though?
Oh, this is outstanding. Here we go.
Final.
Dominique Barona all the way to the shore break. Loses her momentum right onto shore, and we missed the beginning portion of that wave. 50 seconds remaining. Blanco in first, Barona in second, Adu in third, Dupont in fourth. Here's a replay of the last section of Dominique Barona from Ecuador. 3 of our 4 surfers are in the 14-point range. Here we go. Justine Dupont up and riding. She's in 4. She needs a 7.7 to go for gold. 30 seconds remaining. Big bash off through the whitewater section. 14.72 for Tia. 14.67 for Dominique. 14.46 for Pauline. And here, a replay, last of Pauline Adu. Couple of carving turns. And there's the countdown. 3 seconds. And we're going to wait the last score of Dominique Barona. She's in second place, needing a 6.56. A 6.56. And if she doesn't get the 6.56, that girl on your screen, Tia Blanco, will win her second gold medal 2015-2016. And indications of the score, looks like she's not going to be able to do it, but we're going to let the beach announcer announce it. There's Team USA on the corner. There's Team Ecuador. There's the Costa Rican team as they get ready for the men's final with Nomar trying to go back-to-back. Can Tia go back-to-back? We're awaiting 2 more judges' scores. And don't forget, Justine Dupont had a score also coming in. Tia Blanco doesn't know if she's won a second gold medal in back-to-back years. A 5.03 for Justine Dupont. So no, she keeps in 4th place. And one judge still awaiting input. And you can hear a pin drop on the beach right now. They're waiting for the final score as we give you the heat recap here in the Women's Open Final. Dominique Barona. Unbelievable performance from this lady from Ecuador. Was jockeying out of first into second into third, back into first, back into second. And awaiting the score, she needs a 6.56. And Pauline Adu had an early lead, but it was Tia Blanco nailing down a couple of 7-point rides to seal her deal. A 4.2 for Dominique. Tia Blanco for the United States goes back-to-back in the INS ISA World Surfing Games. An outstanding performance by Dominique Barona from Ecuador. 5/100ths of a point behind Tia Blanco. And then 0.21 down from Dominique was Pauline Adu for the bronze medal, and Justine Dupont takes the copper. But the performance this young woman performed, bar none, back-to-back gold medals. And Justine Dupont, she had a slow start, but she got her rhythm going here with the 703 wave you're seeing. And there you go. They're cheering her up. Team USA wins the Aloha Cup yesterday. Team USA wins the Women's Open with Tia Blanco going back-to-back 2015, 2016 gold medal performance. And I know Team USA was disappointed with some of their other performances here in Costa Rica, but they're going home with 2 golds. Tia Blanco winning the Women's Open back-to-back. Jody Nelson is down on the beach. We're going to get an interview with our gold medal champion. There's Brett Simpson. There's Nolan Raposa. There's Kevin Schultz. The whole team. Colt Ward. Team USA winning the gold. Jody, if you're ready, go for it.
30-minute final. You guys all had plenty of time to let your surfing do the talking. You know, talk to us about your strategy heading into that heat, defending your gold medal.
Yeah, that was the most stressful last minutes ever. I knew that all the girls were capable of getting those scores, so I don't know, I was just so stressed, but I'm so happy that everything worked out. Oh, I'm like over the moon right now.
Now you're the youngest in that last heat. You were up against a bunch of QS and former CT surfers. What does this second gold medal mean to you?
Yeah, it means the world. I've had the toughest year so far competition-wise, and I kind of forgot what it was like to even make rounds, let alone win a competition, so it feels so good, and I'm so happy.
And then, you know, this is a team event. You're here representing the United States of America. What does it mean to carry this flag and get the gold medal for your team?
It's so awesome to come here and represent my country. We've been watching the Olympics all week, and yeah, it's just really inspiring to see all those athletes, so I was happy to represent.
Well, you're starting to gain a little momentum. You know, Phelps has 28 now, you've got 2, but you know, where do you go from here for the rest of your year?
I'm going to start focusing more on the QS, and can I say hi to my family and everything? I just want to say hi to my family at home, Mom, Dad, Asia. Thank you to my family, Cole, my sponsors, my team. I couldn't have done it without any of you guys. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. You're 2016 gold medalist at the ISA World Surfing Games. Bo, we'll send it back to you in the booth.
Thank you so much, and she couldn't be any prouder.
Yeah, Bo, that was truly a face of Stoke, 2-time world champion. I don't know. Also, you know, bringing some pretty heavy points to Team USA in the teams race.
1,000 points. And Mike, you're a former gold medalist in the Masters division of this ISA format. Very top heavy on those points for the winners.
Yeah, I mean, so much weight comes right here in the last day of competition, and you know, Tia Blanco must feel very, very proud to have won that for herself, but I know she's proud to have brought those points to her team, because now her team, depending on how this next heat goes, may well get a medal for the top 4.
USA could still podium. They go 1, 2, 3, 4. Gold, silver, bronze, and copper for 4th. The United States could be in that 4th place position. Well, here we go. Here's the breakdown. Here's our men's open final. Francisco will lead it off for the men. He's from Venezuela. Bahrain from Venezuela will be in red. Nomar McGonigal, the defending gold medal champion from Costa Rica, will be in white. Leandra Osuna, the 2014 gold medalist of these World Surfing Games from Argentina, will be in yellow. And don't count out the man from Peru. He's the silent assassin. Luca Macinas from Peru. This is going to be an outstanding lineup for the final.
Yeah, you know, we got some new blood. We got some old blood. Nobody, you know, in this heat is going to be a slacker, so it really is going to boil down to who's on in these next 30 minutes.
Well, we saw the last time Francisco Bahrain from Venezuela paddled out. He had the best 2-wave score of the whole contest surfing today in the challenging high tide conditions, an 18.27 out of a possible 20.
Yeah, some really, really great surfing for his team. You know, I was really impressed with the entire lineup for Team Venezuela. Bellerin, I've seen him in these events before. He's always been a standout in my book, but great to see him now in these finals. He's going to get a medal, and let's just say that he's very capable of taking this whole thing out.
Taking a look at the recap of the women's final, France with 2 potential first and second, and they were leading first and second the first 15 minutes of the heat. Pauline Adu and Justine Dupont finished 3 and 4, so that opens the door for Portugal. That opens the door for Peru. That opens the door for even Costa Rica to go back-to-back on the teams.
Yeah, now it's so close it's going to be hard to read. The reality is, too, Costa Rica, if Neymar can do a double just like Tia did, that's really going to weight some points into Costa Rica's favor. Argentina and Venezuela, to me, Bo, are the spoilers right now. Venezuela's in contention for team, and so is Argentina, but they're a little further down the list, so I was looking for that list.
Yeah, it was number 5 for Argentina, tied with the U.S. coming into today. So about 2 minutes have passed by in this heat. No waves have ridden. That's why the judges have given extra 5 minutes. They were slated 25-minute heats, and we have a 30-minute final.
Yeah, well, depending on how things shake out right now, really, Venezuela could pass Argentina, and Argentina could pass the USA. So it's so close, it's going to be a jumble right at the end.
Splitting hairs as we dissect that last final. Tio Blanco, 14.72, 5/100ths of a point behind was Dominique Barona with a 14.67, and just splitting even more hairs, 0.21 behind was Pauline Adu. I mean, they all had outstanding scores, and I expect the same out of the men here in the men's open final.
Well, punctuating our high tide is this long lull here at the beginning of this heat. Thank goodness they added some time to the score to allot for these lulls. We saw a ton of action at the end of the ladies' finals, so no doubt the ocean will come to life, but a little bit of a lull in the action at the moment, Bo.
Well, Nomar McGonigal, of course, we've told you about his 2015 World Championship gold medal round that he surfed last year at the World Surfing Games. So he won individual gold and team gold last year. Back in 2012 in Panama at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, he won a bronze medal for the under 16.
Yeah, well, he's really done wonders for Team Costa Rica on all those levels. Very young. I mean, he's, you know, not even of drinking age, under 21 years old, and he's already got a ton of experience under his belt on the world stage.
Okay, here we go. Who's going to draw first blood? Luca Macinas from Peru.
Well, Lucas Macinas grabs this first left-hander, just doing those really tight arcs on his backside, finds a little more emphasis here on the inside, goes straight up and uncharacteristically loses it for the first time I've seen in so many rounds. So that's going to cost him at the end of that wave, but a couple of good maneuvers put down before that.
That's Francisco Bellerin from Venezuela on his opening ride. So Luca and Francisco with a wave, Nomar and Leandro will be sitting out. 2 former gold medalists. We told you about Leandro Osuna. He won the gold medal back in 2014. The 2015 winner, Nomar McGonigal.
You know what I love about Leandro is he never usually goes for waves that aren't going to get him a 6 or better. He is the king of getting 6 or betters. So he's just super patient. Like I said earlier when I interviewed him, he may be one of the most consistent medal winners in the ISA. He was in the last 3 finals, and in the 4th before this,
He was in the semis.
Yeah, he was right there on the cusp. So he's just really one of those super consistent competitors, and I think he just really excellent job of strategizing his heat time.
Well, he knows how to surf these competitions in the ISA. And there's Team Costa Rica. You can see Nomar's sister, Leilani McGonigal, part of that team, all the flags. I mean, Mike, we're living in the Olympic era, and how exciting is this in Playa Jaco, Costa Rica?
It's been such a joy to be next to these events for all these years and finally see the dream come to fruition. You know, I've always, when we have announced these events or when I've written about these events, it's always the surfing event that most resembles our own Olympic event. Well, now we are really going to have surfing in the Olympics. So slight change in sentence structure and a huge change in the reality.
We'd like to say a big mahalo, a big thank you for all the hard work that the International Surfing Association, the ISA, has done, and especially their president, Fernando Aguirre, who has been in Rio during the process of the announcement of surfing being included into the Olympics. Thus, surfing will be in the Pan American Games coming up in 2019 in Lima, Peru. And we'll tell you more about that as we watch Francisco as he kicks out. He registers a 4.5 on his opening wave, and for Luca Macinas from Peru, a 5.5. That'll leave Nomar on the outside, and here he goes.
Well, here goes the big guy on a larger looking wave. Unfortunately, not lining up to his liking, so he's getting out of that. Little bit of an anticlimax there, but look at these lines pouring in, Bo. There's definitely some water coming in.
What will this crowd do if Nomar McGonigal wins another world title in his home country?
I think the streets of Jaco will be dancing with song and happiness.
1.0 for Nomar in his first opening ride. Leandro Osuna with priority, but now we're going to watch Luca Macinas.
Well, Luca Macinas has himself a nice hollow-looking wave. Just a little bit off timing in this heat thus far, so another missed opportunity for Macinas. Meanwhile, the king of 6 and above looks like he's working on his namesake because Leandro Osuna hit that last section with authority. Would love to see if we can get a replay of what Osuna was able to pull off on that first section.
First priority red with Francisco, second priority white with Nomar, and here we go.
All right, well, he gets a long floater, just drops it right down. We picked up right about here, so he'll have to add that floater with that hit. And way to open up. I think this was definitely the best of the exchange thus far.
Right now in the lead with a 5.5 is Luca Macinas. Luca's taking a look at this wave. He'll duck dive it. 30-minute final peak situation, both rights and lefts judged equally. A 12 to 15 wave count for this final. And they'll keep their final 2 wave scores as they are being judged by 5 international judges from around the world. And our hats off to the judges here on the ISA World Surfing Games. They're being headed by South African head judge Jono Hutchinson. So on standby for scores, especially the opening score of Leandro Osuna.
Well, you can see now, Bo, the tide's already starting to show itself moving out. You can see on some of those waves, they're starting to break more top to bottom, or, you know, there is a little crumple to it. So when I say break, it's not a top to bottom barrel right now, but the lip throwing all the way down provides a much steeper surface for these surfers to work with.
You can see black paddling straight to the right. That is Luca. And you can see white Nomar positioning himself, taking a look, and Luca, he'll just go under that wave.
Well, that's where this crumble comes in. You know, the crumble, it's making for some exciting sections, but right there was not enabling Luca to get a firm grasp of his rails to take that drop. But look at this, Bo. Leandro Osuna living up to his name.
A 6.83. Leandro Osuna in first. Excuse me, now in first with Luca's second score coming in at a 3.73. Luca Macinas from Peru in black. Leandro Osuna only needs a 2.41 to take the lead. Francisco Bearin from Venezuela now needs a 4.74 to go to first. And Nomar McGonigal with a one-wave score of a 1 needs an 8.24 to go to first.
Well, Luca Macinas picking up a really small wave here on the inside. I'm not sure that was a wise decision. You know, he's opted to sort of try to get tricky and get his points going that route, but another failed attempt there on the last maneuver, so probably just, you know, score in the range of his 3 that he already has, and guarantee, Bo, he's not going to be holding that at the end of the heat. And look at this, down the beach, Leandro Osuna's got a giant right-hander. Well, in perspective of the waves coming in, that was kind of giant.
And both Leandro and Francisco, they kick out of their waves. The scoring potential just wasn't there. Let's watch what this next exchange, another closeout set. 19 minutes, 22 seconds. Did some research on our Venezuelan surfer, Francisco Bellerin. In 2007, he won an event down in Venezuela. In 2009, he was the junior Latin American champion and the men's open champion. In 2013, Francisco was the Latin American champion in the open division, and he was ranked in the top 100 of the World Qualifying Series of the ASP that year. And last year, he is the Venezuelan national champion of 2015. So you may not have heard of this young gentleman, but he has some very explosive surfing.
Yeah, well, I'm sure now that we are in the Olympic era, the sports department or the agency that handles sporting in Venezuela will be giving much more emphasis to their top surfers, and hopefully we'll get to see more of Bellerin throughout the world. Even, you know, I mean, he's still in position to maybe even represent his country 4 years from now in the Olympics.
Here we go. Leandro taking a look at this one, the gold medal winner from 2 years ago.
Well, Leandro is not going to be happy with that. That's not part of his 6+ plan. So he's kicking out quick. And maybe this is why Luca's looking at the smaller waves. Maybe he's seeing that the smaller waves are staying a little open, a little longer.
Okay, our leader, Luca Macinas, a 5.5 high, a 3.77 low. Leandro Osuna, the gold medal winner from 2 years ago from Argentina, is in second. He has a 6.83 and a backup wave, his last wave, a 1.17. Leandro now needs a 2.45 to go into first place. Francisco Bellerin from Venezuela. Francisco now needs a 4.78. And Nomar McGonigal, he's only caught one wave, a 1-point ride. He needs an 8.28 to go back-to-back gold medals in his host country of Costa Rica.
Well, I think Nomar at this stage is all or nothing. He has plenty of time, but he's really being frugal with that priority position. He's not wasting any energy. He's not wasting any time. He wants to get a wave that provides him with an excellent opportunity. His first wave being a closeout, so I think he's going to tend to be a little choosier on this second go.
Luca Macinas currently in the lead from Peru with a 5.5 and a 3.77. Second place, gold medal winner from 2014, Leandro Osuna, with a two-wave count of 8 points. You break it down to 6.83 and a 1.17. He now needs a 2.45 to go the first. Up and riding is Luca Macinas.
Well, Luca Macinas, definitely one of the more busy surfers in this heat. Finds himself a clean left-hander. Again, not one of the bigger ones, but it's definitely staying open, allowing for more maneuvers. This time, he gets the bonus shot at the end.
Looking to replace that 3.77, and the crowd loves it for Luca. Okay, you're Nomar. You're patient. You know the conditions aren't ideal. What's your strategy now? You're in fourth place.
Well, you know, I think that the larger waves are what he's hunting, and that's definitely part of the plan. But I think at this stage, with the tide dropping, you want to find one of those waves that has an obvious wall, an obvious shoulder. So here he goes. He knows he can get one or two maneuvers off on this wave. First one's just a little bit soft, and he decides not to go for the second maneuver. Still not satisfied with that wave choice.
So a little bit of out of sync. Maybe is he in the wrong position? We're seeing Luca down to the north side of the beach, and we're seeing Nomar more down to the south side.
Well, you know, maybe hearing the scores and seeing what Luca's getting, he's going to change his strategy here and try to get a little more busy, because it seems like it's hard to predict what the better waves are from the lineup itself, and you've got, you know, several hundred yards from buoy to buoy. I mean, look at this. Here's a good-looking right-hander, and Francisco Bellerin just happens to be in position. He's also got priority. He's going to use his priority. Kind of racing down the line here, waiting for this wave to form up. And you know what? See, kind of a mirage right there, Bo.
Nomar taking a look here, and he's going to go. This will be wave number 3. He's opened up with a 1, a 2.1, a nice maneuver, and only one maneuver on that wave.
Yeah, it was a good maneuver, Bo. I'm surprised he didn't try to get a little bonus whitewater hop. I think he's just basically unsatisfied with, he doesn't want to settle for anything less. He wants to get something that's going to be in the excellent range.
Well, near the excellent range was the last wave for Luca Macinas out of Peru in black, a 7.07. Combo that with his first opening ride of this heat, a 5.5. Luca is in first with a two-wave combination of a 12.57. Leandro Osuna, the former gold medalist from 2014 of these World Surfing Games, is in second place. Leandro now needs a 5.75. And Francisco Bayarin from Venezuela in third. He now needs an 8.08. And for Nomar McGonigal, he's not out of it. He's not comboed, but he needs a near perfect ride of a 9.65 to go back-to-back. Time is ticking. We're at 13 minutes and 45 seconds.
Well, I'm going to give credit also to Macinas. He's in second priority, so he's really been able to, you know, find his rhythm and really strategize the waves he wants. And with second priority, he's looking good to get even in better position now.
Standing room only. Playa Jaco, Costa Rica, hosting the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games. Costa Rica still in the running for team medal gold. But they need Nomar McGonigal to explode in this final. He has a 2.93 and a 2.1. He's in fourth place, needing a 9.65 to go for gold. Last year, when Nomar won the gold in Nicaragua, he was first. Nicholas Van Rupp from Portugal was second. Shane Holmes from Australia was in third, and Leandro Osuna from Argentina was in fourth. So two of the four surfers from last year's final made it into this year's final.
Yeah, well, here goes Neumar. This time he's getting his board up into the lip a couple more times, throwing some spray out the back of that one. Really good flow on this wave, and a deep bottom turn, straight up backside maneuver. That's what he was waiting for, Beau Hodge.
Oh, my God. The crowd is going ballistic, like that straight vertical snap at the end. That was the accent.
Yeah, and we still yet to see what he did on the outside of that wave. The inside of that wave was obviously just torn to pieces. I can see that wave getting a mid to better to mid just on those last few maneuvers. So if he had a good turn on the outside, that could well be the best score of the heat thus far.
Okay, we know it's probably not a 9.65, but he's going to chip away at that. Whatever the score is, that will be his high wave, and then he can work off that as his base.
Yeah, well, if you're listening to this webcast, you can hear the crowd in the background, and it's like a rugby game out there.
Yeah, this weekend in Costa Rica is a national holiday. It is Mother's Day weekend, and everybody from San Jose, from all over the country, come down to Playa Jaco to celebrate Mother's Day weekend. And we have just tens of thousands of people. They said they could even reach 100,000 people on the beach today. And you can see just in the camera shot, just at the shoreline, it is standing room only. Here's a replay of Nomar McGonigal.
Well, we didn't get to see the takeoff of that, but we did see Neumar, you know, bouncing through some sections right there, throwing some spray, and that last turn was money. Well, here he goes again, Beau, live action. He's found himself a right-hander, so getting busy and staying with the plan. Down to the bottom, off the top, another great finish to a strong ride for Nomar McGonigal.
Okay, we're on standby for call. Last waves of white, Nomar McGonigal. Wave number 4 and wave number 5 yet to be put into the computer. And wave number 4 registers. Wave prior than you just saw was a 6.77. Nomar moves up into second place. New situation. Luca Macinas remains our leader with a 7.07 and a 5.5. Nomar McGonigal in second needs a 5.81 to go back-to-back gold medals like Tia Blanco just did in the last final. He has a 6.77, but his backup wave is a 2.93. Leandro Osuna, the gold medalist from 2 years ago from Argentina in yellow, now needs a 5.75 to go to first. And don't count out Francisco Bayarin from Venezuela. He now needs an 8-point ride to go to first place. 9 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
Well, and we've got waves coming in, Beau. I think we're going to see things swap around a couple of different times. Leandro Osuna likely to use up his third priority. Well, third Not sure if Noimar made it out to the lineup yet, but having a peek at that one, deciding not to go. Still waiting on scores here for Noimar's last ride, that right we saw. Maybe we can get a replay of that while...
We don't know the exact points, but look at that crowd here from the drone shot here at Playa Jaco. You know, this could be the make or break heat that gives Costa Rica back-to-back team gold.
Well, Leandro Osuna has something else to say about that right here, because he has found himself a decent ride. You know, he's going to throw away a pretty small score, Bo. He's just got that 1.17, definitely going to replace it with that ride.
Yeah, he needs a 5.75 to go to first place. Mike, in your opinion, a former gold medalist, judging this gold medalist, Leandro Osuna, was that a 5.75 or better?
It's going to be, I think it's going to be just under, Bo.
Well, I'll tell you what, these guys are all going to leave it in the water. And scores are coming in for Leandro. Definitely will be his backup wave score. And you're right, Mike, a 3.87 that keeps him in third place, still seeking that 5.75 to get out of third into first.
Well, here goes Bellerin. He has found himself a little right-hander, getting all wound up right here. Let's see if he's got some vertical phase to work with. Another just little cut back there. He's definitely pausing for this wave to steepen up. Definitely finding something there. Big snap to finish off, so well-executed little wave.
Well, Francisco's counting a 1.03. That's definitely gone. His high wave is a 4.5. He's in fourth place, needing an 8.08. So a 5.6 registered for Nomar McGonigal. And he now still needs a 5.81. A 5.81 to go from second to first place. And this performance by Nomar, I mean, Portugal, Peru, they're all battling. Peru's battling for the team. Costa Rica's battling for the team. France has set their numbers out. Portugal has set their numbers out. I mean, this could be, if Nomar could go from second to first, it could mean a gold medal for the team, too.
Talk about having the weight of a country on your shoulders. Noimar McGonigal, can he get that 5.81 in these last 6 minutes, 52 seconds?
Well, when Leandro Osuna won his gold medal in Peru in 2014, he beat out a Costa Rican, and it wasn't Nomar McGonigal, it was Anthony Flanagan who took the silver. Shane Holmes from Australia took the bronze, and Nicholas Squires from Australia took the copper medal. And we're seeing Leandro Osuna in his third World Surfing Games final in a row. A gold in 14, a copper in 15, and right now, Leandro is in the bronze medal position, needing a 5.75. Leandro's last wave score, a 3.87. And 0.2 separates first and second right now between Luca and Nomar. 0.05 separated first and second in our women's between Tia Blanco and Dominique Barona. So that's how close these heats are.
All right, well, a little bit bigger wave there for Leandro Osuna, but not holding up, so that's not going to help his cause. That's not even going to be better than the 3.87 he has.
We'd like to thank all of our great sponsors for making this a huge success. The 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games at Playa Jaco, Costa Rica. We're being presented by INS, the National Institute of Insurance. We're being supported by the Federation of Surf in Costa Rica, RPM TV, Echo Dare, the Best Western Jaco Hotel, Oshio Jaco Hotel, the Morgan's Cove Hotel, and Coral. Our media partners include Waves, Coastal Watch, Zigzag Magazine, Surfing Nation, and Free Surf Magazine. 5 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Last wave for Francisco Bellerin from Venezuela, a 4.9. He's still in fourth place, but now needing, instead of a near perfect score, now he needs a 7.68, and we saw him blow up just the heat before with an 18.272 weight total, so we know he's capable of catching 8s and 9s.
Yeah, but I'd have to say, you know, with the ocean going quiet here in the last couple of minutes, it's anybody's ball game still. I mean, any of one of these surfers have been scoring 8s and 9s all contest long, so it really boils down to, you know, if they all score giant scores, then it's going to stay the same. But if one of these guys can get into the excellent range, it's going to really, really make a difference for their country.
First priority, our heat leader, Luca Macinas, but there's Nomar McGonigal up and riding.
Well, Nomar McGonigal, you can hear the crowd just screaming in the background as he does his first few backside turns. Another little snap there on the inside. Can't see with that tent in the way, folks, sorry, but hopefully we have a replay from another angle there.
On the outside, Francisco is going to take a look here. He'll pull out because first priority was Luca Macinas.
Well, Macinas choosing to exercise his priority on this little left-hander. Not sure if this is going to help his cause much. He needs to throw away, what is it, a 5.50. So great surfing, getting lateral down the beach, but I'm not sure that's going to really help his cause.
Going down, digging in the nose of his board, former gold medal champion Leandro Osuna. So that'll leave the man in red from Venezuela, Francisco Bellerin, nicknamed the Black Mamba for his snake designs of his boards in Venezuela.
Well, you know, he strikes like a Mamba too because, you know, we've seen him just light up these lefts and rights all week long. Certainly capable of that 7.48 that he needs. And, you know, with first priority, he's just one step closer to paddling into a bomb for his country.
3 minutes remaining. Last exchange from all of our surfers will not add into the wave scoring, so it remains the same. Luca Macinas in black in first with a 7.07, a 5.5, a two-wave total of a 12.57. 0.2 of a points behind is Nomar McGonigal with a 6.77 and a 5.6 of a 12.37. He needs a 5.81, and here we go. The man in fourth place, Francisco Bellerin.
Well, he's elected to go on a smaller wave, does a cutback to start with, so let's see if this thing steepens up. Another cutback that's already to his disadvantage because too many cutbacks starting that wave means lower score.
A 7.68 is required for Francisco. And don't count out the 2014 gold medalist of this event, Leandro Osuna. He's got a 10.72 wave total. He needs a 5.75, and if he's the man of sixes, a 6 would get him into first place.
Yeah, I mean, I can see Leandro definitely waiting for a wave that's going to give him the opportunity. As we've seen, though, it's hard to predict these waves, even though these guys are so well-versed at surfing and are champions of their own countries and former champions. Picking waves right now is a key element.
Here we go, Nomar McGonigal from Costa Rica, up and riding on his backhand. Slicing, dicing right through the whitewater section, slides the tail. That's going to be a borderline call. 5.81 he needs. He got a 5.53 on his wave previous.
Yeah, I don't know, Bo. I mean, he did throw everything at that last turn. We'll see what the judges come back. It was a smaller left-hander. I'm of the opinion he's going to need a little more, but here's what we missed on the right. Leandro Osuna finding some room to move here. A couple little snaps. He's not really able to display his power unless the wave stands up. Gets a crack in there, but a better one at the end. I think he'll potentially improve his situation. We'll see. Again, you know, not a big wave.
5.75 is what Leandro needs to go from third to first. 5.81 is what Nomar needs to go from second to first. And let's not forget Francisco Bellerin from Venezuela. He needs a 7.68. Last wave for Leandro prior to that one was a 2.2, so we're awaiting scores last of white, last of red, and last of yellow, which leaves our leader out in the lineup with first priority Luca, and this man, Nomar, was second priority.
Wow, definitely tense moments waiting for that last wave of Nomar McGonigal. And look, 10 seconds left, and you can see Nomar on your screen. He's paddling for one. Let's see if he can get to his feet before this. He does. Big backside crack to start with. Another little snap right there with some flair. Another vertical hit. So I believe this wave's already better than the last wave he had. Let's see if he can get something bonus here in the shore break. Give the judges just one more thing to think about. So I don't know, Bo. I'm going to have to say he got it.
Well,
we have to factor in the wave prior from Leandro Osuna, who took it all the way to the shoreline. He was slicing and dicing, and he gave it everything he got. It was a smaller wave, but there were a lot of combination of maneuvers for Leandro. Here's a replay of Luca's last ride.
True, Leandro was going to throw away a pretty small score right there, so the requirement for Neumar would have been much bigger. Lucas Messinas definitely surfed a great heat here, really held position throughout most of the heat. They're saying that's a replay, so we missed that wave as well. But look at the stoke on the beach. Team Costa Rica happy with their man's performance.
I think in ISA history, this has got to be one of the most exciting ISA World Games to note. We are waiting 2 scores for white for Nomar McGonigal, the gold medalist from last year. We are waiting for an explosive score for our 2 scores for Leandro Osuna. Leandro Osuna, the wave prior, wave number 7, a 7.5. His last ride, a 5.6. Leandro Osuna has temporarily moved into first place. New situation. 14.33, 2-wave total for Leandro. Break it down, a 7.5 and a 6.83. Currently in second, Luca Messinas. We're awaiting his final wave score. He has a 7.07 and a 5.5. As of right now, Luca Messinas needs a 7.27 to regain the lead. Nomar McGonigal, we are waiting for 2 wave scores for Nomar. He needs a 7.57 to get out of third into first place. And Francisco Bellarin, surfer in red from Venezuela, we're awaiting his last wave score also. So, Mike, we're going to send you down to the beach, and you'll probably have to listen to the beach announcer to get the results because the judges are reviewing these replays. Again, prior wave for Nomar of 4.9. We're awaiting Nomar McGonigal's last wave score. He needs a 7.57. Otherwise, Leandro Osuna will his second gold medal in the World Surfing Games 2 times in 3 years. Drama. Nomar, if he gets a 5.81, he can go into third to second place, but he wants gold. He wants back-to-back gold, just like Tio Blanco did in the women's final. He's searching for that 7.57. Was that last ride a 7.57? Our scores are in. Last wave for Lucas Messinas, a 5.33. Last 2 waves for Francisco Bellarin, a 3.13. And 1 more score for Francisco, and then we'll tell you Nomar's. A 4.77 for Francisco. Last wave for Nomar McGonigal, a 5.6. Your 2016 Men's Open gold medal champion for the 2nd time in history, Leandro Osuna from Argentina. Leandro, the 2014-2016 Men's Open world champion. And this is his 3rd final in a row. Last year, he made the final in Nicaragua, and he placed 4th. 2nd place with the silver medal, Luca Messinas from Peru. 3rd place with the bronze medal, Nomar McGonigal from Costa Rica. And in 4th place, Francisco Bellarin from Venezuela in 4th. And there they go. They are cheering the new world champion, the 2016 as we were watching Leandro. He's got his country flag. Nomar's coming back into the beach. Team Costa Rica just celebrating the end of 8 days of fantastic surfing at Playa Jaco. And now it has really registered to Leandro. Did I really win? Yes, you really won. Leandro Osuna, a 2-time world champion at the ISA World Surfing Games. No one prouder than that young man right there. Team Argentina, numero uno. And the 3rd final in a row. And you count 4 years back, he was equal 6. So he just missed out of making 4 finals in a row. 2014 ISA World Surfing Games champion, and now the 2016 ISA World Surfing Games champion, presented by INS. Team Argentina claims gold on the podium. We have Mike Latronic down on the stage. They have Chair, the world champion. Put him on the podium, #1. That's first class. And this is what surfing's gonna do in the Olympics 4 years from now. Fernando Aguirre, thank you for all your hard work, your dedication to the sport. Team sport and surfing, it is right in front of you. Just soaking up the moment for Leandro. He is one of the happiest guys you'll ever meet. I see him year in and year out in Hawaii, on the North Shore at the winter time, the winter swells, the Triple Crown of surfing. This guy charges, and they cheered up their hometown hero, Nomar McGonigal. Yes, we know he lives down in Pavones, but it's still his home country of Costa Rica. A bronze medal for Nomar, and he left it all out in the water. I'm going to bring in Jody Nelson back up to the arena up here, and we're going to throw it down to Mike Latronic in a bit. But your impressions on this final for the men?
Wow, what an incredible final. And Nomar McGonigal put on such a show for the hometown crowd, and that's what it's all about, having an exciting final like that, and you know, an international final like that at the World Surfing Games, and a 3-time medalist here, Leandro Osuna.
Mike, if you're ready, take it away.
Oh, we are more than ready down here, Bo. The crowd, obviously, there's so much energy in the air. Leandro's still celebrating. We'll have a word with him in just a minute, but you gotta love this.
Mike, this is the Olympic movement. This is surfing in the Olympics. You would have just thought, Jody, that Argentina won the team medal.
All right. Let me get in here with the man. Come on over here, buddy. We'll be dancing in the streets tonight in Jaco for Team Argentina with that unbelievable clutch performance, buddy. This officially makes you the winningest surfer in the ISA World Surfing Games. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Hey, it was a fight out there.
Oh man, I don't know, it just half an hour here, you know. I wanted to get just 2 good waves and had to scramble and try to get whatever at the end because it was tight. I mean, no, I didn't get a wave to the 13 minutes. Lucas, the whole he's been getting little waves and making high scores, so I don't know, man, I'm out of the air. I can't believe it. I'm so happy. So feliz. Bien. Los quiero un montón en casa a todos. Los amo, familia.
I usually tout you as the king of 6 and over. Usually you don't even take a wave unless you get a 6 over, but you had a string of small waves. Well, we got a string of excited Argentinians down here. We're gonna let this roll out.
There's Team Argentina celebrating Leandro Osuna's 2nd gold medal in 3 years. And Fernando Aguirre, the president of the ISA, is Argentine. So you know Fernando is ecstatic, over the moon for Leandro.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is what the ISA is all about, just this country pride. You know, Leandro, yes, he won the individual gold medal, but this is a win for Team Argentina as well, and the whole country of Argentina.
This is a win for surfing, period. I mean, team surfing is coming to the Olympics in 4 years in Tokyo, 2020. One of 5 new sports that are going to be introduced in the Tokyo Games just 4 years from right now.
That's the kind of passion you just got to let run out. You don't get to replicate that. You don't get to rehearse that. I could feel all the energy. Hey, I'm just proud to be next to you. Congratulations. Why don't you say a few words to your family and friends one more time. Close this your way.
Un saludo grande a toda la familia argentina que me está mirando. Mamá, papá, la hicimos de nuevo. Familia, Billy, te amo, los quiero un montón. La gente amiga, toda la banda en Argentina, el equipo acá, grande esfuerzo de todos. Toda la familia, todos de Argentina, vamos, carajo, que esto se sigue.
All right, we're going to see more of Leandro on stage in just a little while. We're going to send it up to you boys.
Thanks
Boys
a
in
lot,
Porno too. Hey.
Yeah, look at the crowd there. Look at the people on Playa Hako.
I mean, this definitely, it might be more people than what you see at the U.S. Open of surfing. And the thing that I love about the crowd here at Hako is they're all down here. They were intently watching surfing. There's nothing else going on, no other distractions. Everybody 100% focused on what's happening out in the water. And both the women's final and the men's final did not disappoint, Bo.
And you know what? You know, the surf was subpar. We got to say that. And we had no control over that. But all four of these surfers, male, female, had to all surf in the same conditions. There was smaller surf, and the best performer will rise to the crop and win the gold medal.
Yeah, that's what I love about these 30-minute finals. You know, contest director noticing the conditions are a little bit lowly with the higher tide, and you know, it really gave everybody the opportunity to let their surfing do the talking. It wasn't a wave catching contest necessarily. It was a surfing contest because everybody had plenty of opportunity.
Let us send our regards to everybody out there watching this event. Earlier this week, we lost Midget Farley, the very first ISA men's world champion back in 1964 at Manly Beach. And our thoughts are with the Farley family down in Australia. You know, if it wasn't for guys like Midget Farley in the early years of surfing, Nat Young, Felipe Palmar, Fred Hemmings, Jimmy Blears, past world champions from the 60s into the 70s, the ISA would not be where it is today. And another former competitor from Argentina was at an ISA event and saw that this thing could be even bigger than it is, and his name is Fernando Aguirre. And Fernando has taken the ISA to new grounds into the Olympic era 4 years from now in Tokyo, whether it's in Chiba, Japan, whether it's in a wave pool, whether it's at a different location in the nation of Japan. Surfing is in the Olympics. What format is still to be debated. Right now we hear 20 male, 20 females. It could all change within the next 4 years. But this is the type of atmosphere, the enthusiasm, the country pride that the Olympics want to tap into that youth market. Thus, skateboarding, surfing are two of the new Olympic sports. And look at Leandro Osuna. It looks like he just won an Olympic medal, but he won a world title at the ISA World Surfing Games presented by INS.
Well, and the format that the ISA has put together over the years, you know, this Olympic format that has been approved by the IOC. They do everything by the book. They do the medal ceremonies. They do the opening, the parade. They do the you know, Sands of the Nation. It's really about that pride and running a tight, really organized event with, you know, checks and balances everywhere, and that's what the IOC recognized, and that's why the sport is going to the Olympics.
Even our own Mike Latronic and Jeff Baldwin are down there capturing the moment. This is history. This is history in the making. Leandro Osuna has won 2 world titles in 3 years in the World Surfing Games. This is huge for Argentina and the surfing world.
Well, and you know, I'm kicking myself now for not asking Tio Blanco about her thoughts for 4 years from now with the Olympics coming, and you know, if this gold medal here at the ISA World Surfing Games, you know, means anything more to her with that new Olympic news going on. So, you know, this is history making. This is the first medal. These are the first medals awarded in surfing's Olympic era.
Fernando Aguirre, you have taken Duka Hanamoku's dream back when he won his first gold medal in Europe, and I believe Antwerp or Belgium, and the king was standing on the podium and the athlete was standing on the ground, and the king put the gold medal around Duke and said, that was the most amazing performance I have seen anybody do in swimming. And Duke goes, but that is not my best sport, swimming. And the king goes, what do you mean? He goes, my best sport is surfing. And the king goes, what is surfing? He goes, you come to Hawaii, I will take you surfing. And thank you to Duka Hanamoku for introducing surfing to the world. I mean, we have just lost some big surfing legends this past year. Brock Little passing away of cancer. Rabbit K. Kai, a toolage of Duka Hanamoku, one of the last vested Beach Boys from back in the era, passed away earlier this year. And, you know, if it wasn't for our forefathers, Duke and Rabbit and all these guys laying down the groundwork. Rabbit was a world champion at Makaha International before the ISA was around. And in 1964, the International Surfing Federation began their world titles with Midget Farley winning that world title. And now we're here at the ISA World Surfing Games presented by INS. And here's a heat recap of the men's final. Surf was small, but Luca Macinas was spot on going for gold.
Well, what mature surfing we've seen from Luca all week. He's just been consistently performing. And this man, Francisco Bayorin out of Venezuela, just a huge surprise standout to me. I had never really heard of him before. And then this week, he's just absolutely blown my mind with consistent and amazing surfing. And Leandro Osuna was determined. This was his third final in a row, and he wanted that gold medal.
Well, he had to come from the behind. He had a 6.83 opening wave, and then he had a series of rides with a small surf, but he found that 7.5. But Luca Macinas, he still put it together. This was the 7.07 that really locked him for that gold medal. But playing catch-up was Nomar McGonigal and Leandro Osuna and Francisco Bayorin. I mean, they were all giving it out. I mean, if this wave had any more power, you know Nomar would have shredded it even more.
Well, Nomar, he sure put on a show, you know. The drama that unfolded in that heat with Nomar being the hometown local favorite and the crowd just completely getting behind him, and he just put on an amazing performance out there.
All four of these surfers deserve gold medal, but it was the man from Argentina in the yellow jersey, Leandro Osuna. Not once, but twice a world champion in the World Surfing Games. And here he is. This was the 7.5. Earlier part, just consistency. I mean, small wave maneuvers, never giving up, keeping that board moving, thrashing it right through there. He's letting them know, I gave it everything I had.
Well, there sure wasn't a lack of passion in this heat between Nomar and Leandro. They just put everything into it. So much heart, so much, you know, so many just power into every single wave they paddled for. And I mean, Nomar surfed the best that he could on the waves he was given, and you could tell that the country was carrying him on their shoulders.
Well, he was feeling it. He was in the zone. He left it all out there. There's their silver medalist from Peru, and what a fantastic, you know, Peru is still in for the overall team medal. And Leandro could have put Argentina on that stage. They were fifth entering in today, along with the United States. And both fifth-place teams earned gold medals today. That's the United States and Argentina with individual golds. Wow, Tia Blanco going back-to-back 2015, 2016 gold medal performances. And now Leandro Osuna, 2014, 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games World Champion. And there, the beach is still standing room only. They're awaiting the award ceremony, which will be coming up. We'll give out medals, gold, silver, bronze, copper for the Aloha Cup, for the men's and women's open. And we still do not know what team. Did France pull enough points for third and fourth place with their women in the women's final to overtake Portugal? Did Portugal secure enough points with their two surfers going down in the final repechage heat? We just do not know right now, and we're going to save all that excitement for the announcement at the closing ceremony.
Well, what a great venue for the 2016 ISA World Surfing Games here in Playa Jaco, Costa Rica. Couldn't have been a better location, Bo. The crowd poured out from San Jose, the local town. All, you know, it seems like they might have just shut down the businesses and all came down to watch these finals today. And we were able to, you know, utilize a break earlier in the action in order to get the best waves, and we increased those final heat times to 30 minutes. And I mean, look at that. The beach is just absolutely packed.
An unbelievable day, history in the making. We've had two repeat world champions. Tia Blanco for the women, Leandra Osuna for the men, and we have still yet to know the point situation. I'll tell you what, let's take a break right now. Let's go to a commercial break. We'll see what's going on. We'll see the timing for the closing ceremonies, and when we return, we'll give you some more information. You're watching the 2016 ISA World Surfing Games live from Playa Jaco here in Costa Rica. Stay tuned.
Soy bicibarista.
Literally just comes down to an opinion.
I think it made a lot of people look at pro surfing different.
I couldn't imagine living life any other way.
Welcome back to the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games here in beautiful and crowded Playa Jaco, Costa Rica. We have the award ceremonies that will be coming up. Jeff Baldwin here with Mike Latronic to close this out before we throw it up to the live action, the teams, the individuals. Mike, you were out there with me watching it kind of go down as Leandra Osuna came up the beach to all the Argentinian fans screaming, and then there became this battle that I watched between all the Argentinians singing their song and then the Costa Ricans singing their song back at them. Like, Leandra still had energy somehow.
Well, yeah, the energy that was coming out of that human being and the entire team, it's really hard to describe. I was up there. Obviously, I was a little baffled, couldn't do the interview. But even better, just to stand next to that kind of stoke, that kind of inspiration, such a proud feeling to be a part of this.
Well, here's some of the waves of the day. Miss Bonvalat from Portugal, who had an amazing run through this contest, got a 7.8 there.
And here is Tia Blanco, who went on to win the contest with moves like that. Team USA just really stoked about that result.
Dominique Barona with a 7.22 on this right-hander to get herself further through the event. Beautiful surfing, our Ecuadorian. Look at that, I remember every minute of that wave, or second.
Well, Costa Rica's last man standing, Noemar McGonigal, throwing down great backhand surfing all contest long. You know, didn't get the win in the final, but definitely representing Team Costa Rica proud.
And this was a second wave, or another great wave, a 7.70 that he scored on this one. This, I think, was the wave that got him into the final. Tremendous surfing. Noemar will be going home with a bronze medal in this year's event. Look at that crowd. And here is
Francisco Bellerin, just really lit up the entire event. You know, he got 3 of the best scores of the day, an 8.17 there on the first one, a 9.0 here. I believe that this was a 9.0 on his second one, just lighting up this inside right-hand lineup. And then we're also going to see a third ride from this man, another 9.27. So here it is, just beautiful, well-strung maneuvers from this man from Venezuela. And, you know, he just got wave starred in that final. I mean, he really didn't get the opportunity to open up, but great run for Team Venezuela, and you can see him hooking up with his team right there.
French Paulina Du gets this 7.33, and what a run she had. And then she had to go down through the reprecharge rounds, but then gets into the main women's final. And on this wave, a 7.17, just consistently throwing her tail up through the lip, keeping her flow on these, slower waves, finding the pocket to execute the turns the whole entire event. This wave was a 9.0 for her.
And I love this guy. He has just been a silent destroyer all contest long. Lucas Macinas just throwing his tail whenever he could, looking really springy, really fast. Definitely a new powerhouse here from Peru. Taking that one all the way to the beach.
And this was our eventual winner of the event, Leandro Osuna from Argentina, with this 9.20 on his opening ride of his one of the repecharge final, backing it up in that heat with a 7.27. And then he got the wave under Pedro Henrique's priority, and he's going to bring you this 8.5, Mike.
Yeah, just always super strong. He never usually falters. Just one of those competition machines, and as you can see, knows when to turn it on, as did this girl, Tia Blanco. This was one of her later rounds, gaining a 7.33 on that, and then winding up with another 7.39. I believe this was in the final, Jeff.
That was in the final. I remember that. Beautiful surfing. And Paula Adu, this also in the final. This is how she closed the repecharge final. That was a great wave by her.
Dominic Barona, just so powerful on her backhand, really representing Team Ecuador with standout rides. And, she's going to be a force to reckon with in the pro ranks and for years to come here in the ISA and possibly the Olympics.
And Justine Dupont, French's other surfer who made it into the final. These amazing surfing, a 7.3 on that wave.
Luca Macinas, again, just really going to work here. He caught a lot of smaller waves, but just absolutely lit up the lineup with just smart snaps and really tight arcs. So,
Noamar McGonigal, this was a well-surfed wave. This is when he'd been sitting for quite a while in the final, and he lit this one up to the just screams of the entire beach.
Well, Lele Osuna showing why he is one of the winningest surfers in ISA history. This is his third final in a row and his second claim to victory. So a lot of pride, a lot of stoke coming from Team Argentina, and this man doing his country proud.
Yeah, boy, it's surprising that he could still get up on the stage and dance after that. I mean, and didn't he? He danced for 10 minutes straight. So another amazing event here in Playa Jaco Beach. 2016 ISA champion there, Leandro Osuna. We have the award ceremony that is just about to get underway. We will have Bohaj down on the beach introducing all the medalists and the teams that medaled, along with the Aloha Cup first, gold medal on down to bronze.
And the points are up for grabs. I mean, there's such a big shuffle there at the end with Team Argentina and Team USA gaining first, respectively, in the men's and women's division. Really hard for me to calculate which team ran away with it. If I had to guess, I'm thinking maybe Peru came up strong because France was eliminated and Costa Rica, Noimar got a third. It's just really going to be a jumble, and I'm sure the tabulators are working on it now.
Yeah, so I know that there's a lot of math happening out there. For some people, they got to add up the tallies of all these different athletes, which round they left off in, and how much points they had all combined. I know that Costa Rica going into that final, if Noimar were to have, I think, won, they had a chance that his points would push them maybe into the medaling ranks, as a team. So yeah, we're gonna sit and watch it unfold like all of you out there.
Well, I'm just going to say we're probably going to be letting you enjoy these scenes of the crowd for just a few more moments here until our tech crew lets us know when the awards is about to start. Look at that crowd on the beach, Jeff. I mean, there are thousands, literally probably 100,000 people down there.
Yeah, to put it in, I mean, the beach is, I think, 2.5, 3 miles long, and nearly the whole thing is full, at least all the way down to that yellow hotel you see in that direction, which is to the south, and to the north there's another headland, and the crowd, because I went out in the ocean far enough to look back in, and you see it going all the way to the other end of the beach. So a crowded Playa Jaco for Mother's Day long weekend. They will be celebrating through the night.
Gotta be a big mahalo, which means thank you, and wonderful state of Hawaii, to the country of Costa Rica and the people of Costa Rica for opening their arms and welcoming all these international teams. You know, and it's not just the athletes. There's an entourage, there's coaches, there's medics, there's family, and just literally you know, hundreds of people that just came part of the whole organization, and Costa Rica's done a great job of really opening their arms to all these people.
They sure have. Well, hey, Jeff Baldwin, Microtronic, we are handing it over to Bo because I can hear them talking on stage.
Todos los países y atletas presentes han dado su mejor esfuerzo y es con gran placer que la ISA da la bienvenida a todos a la ceremonia de premiación y de clausura del 2016 ISA World Surfing Games aquí en Jaco, Costa Rica.
And now the ISA president, Fernando Aguirre, who could not be here, will say a few words.
Y ahora el presidente de la ISA, el señor Fernando Aguirre, quien no pudo estar presente el día de hoy, dirá unas palabras.
Hello everybody. Thank you to all teams for participating in this wonderful INS ISA World Surfing Games. Thank you to Costa Rica, to its government, to its people for receiving us. Thank you to the Costa Rican Surfing Federation, to the organizers, RPM, and to all ISA staff and the volunteers for making this great event together. Muchas gracias a todos los equipos que han participado en este mundial de la ISA World Surfing Games en Costa Rica, al gobierno y al pueblo de Costa Rica por recibirnos, a la Federación de Surf de Costa Rica, a RPM y a todo el staff de la ISA y los voluntarios que han permitido que este evento haya sucedido tan exitosamente. All of you have made history in Costa Rica this first World Championship after the approval of Olympic surfing by the IOC. All of you and the other 35 million surfers that practice surf are now practicing an Olympic sport. Something dreamed by Yuka Hanamoku 100 years ago is now a reality. Todos ustedes aquí en Costa Rica han hecho historia. Este es el primer mundial de la ISA después de la aprobación del surf olímpico por parte del Comité Olímpico Internacional. Todos ustedes y los otros 35 millones de surfistas que practican surf hoy practican un deporte olímpico. Este es un sueño soñado por el Yuka Hanamoku, el padre del surf moderno, hace 100 años. Hoy es una realidad. Hoy tenía muchas esperanzas de estar con ustedes en Jacó para las entregas de premios y las finales, pero lamentablemente he tenido que viajar directamente desde Río de Janeiro a California para un tratamiento médico para mi espalda que no se encuentra bien. I was looking forward to being with you in Jacó yesterday and today, but I had to fly directly from Rio de Janeiro, from the Olympic Games to California to seek medical treatment for my back that I injured many years ago in a surfing accident. I look forward to seeing some of you at the ISA Visla World Junior Surfing Championship in the Azores in Portugal in September, and further celebrating Olympic surfing. Tengo muchas ilusiones de encontrarme con muchos de ustedes en las Azores en Portugal en septiembre para celebrar el Mundial Junior de la ISA Wisla. Por los últimos 100 años, muchos atletas de muchos deportes han tenido la chance de convertirse en atletas olímpicos, pero los surfistas no podíamos. Pero ahora todos ustedes tienen un camino a convertirse en surfistas y en olimpistas al mismo tiempo. For the last 100 years, many athletes of many sports had a chance to be Olympians, but now all of you have an Olympic path to be surfers and Olympians at the same time. Let's continue to surf this Olympic wave all the way to Tokyo in 2020. Continuemos surfeando esta ola olímpica hasta Tokio en el año 2020. Thank you again to all of you guys and congratulations. All of you have made surfing history in Jaco. Now you can go home as ambassadors of Pura Vida and Costa Rica. Muchas gracias a todos, felicitaciones a todos los que participaron. Ustedes han sido y ya son parte de la historia del surf mundial. En estos días, en esta semana hermosa en Jaco. Ahora, los que visitamos Costa Rica podemos volver a nuestros países como embajadores de Pura Vida y de Costa Rica. Muchas gracias a todos. Un fuerte abrazo.
Thank you, ISA President Aguirre.
Gracias, señor presidente de la ISA, Fernando Aguirre.
And now it's my great pleasure to present to you the judges that officiated the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games.
Y ahora es un gran placer poder presentarles a ustedes, a los jueces que oficiaron durante el 2016 ISA World Surfing Games.
Presenting the In Appreciation Medals, ISA Contest Director, Mr. Marcus Bucal.
Y presentando las medallas de reconocimiento, el director de competencia, el señor Marcos Bucao. Un fuerte aplauso para los jueces de la ISA.
Ladies and gentlemen, your judges for the ISA World Surfing Games. And now we present the final rankings for the 2016 ISA Aloha Cup.
Y ahora presentamos el ranking final del ISA Aloha Cup 2016.
Presenting the ISA Aloha Cup medals is ISA Contest Director, Mr. Marcos Bucal, and President of the Costa Rican Surfing Federation, Mr. Randall Chavez.
Y ahora presentando la medalla del ISA Aloha Cup, el director de competencia de la ISA, el señor Marcos Bucao, y el presidente de la Federación de Surf de Costa Rica, el señor Randall Chávez.
In fourth place in this year's ISA Aloha Cup, winning the copper medal, Team New Zealand. Raya Insor will be accepting the fourth place Aloha Cup medals on behalf of Team New Zealand, as the rest of the team had to leave early.
Y en cuarto lugar del ISA Aloha Cup, la medalla de cobre va para el equipo de Nueva Zelanda. Fuerte el aplauso para Raya Ensor, quien representa a su equipo de Nueva Zelanda, que tuvo que irse temprano, lamentablemente. Fuerte el aplauso para Nueva Zelanda.
Team New Zealand. In third place in the ISA Aloha Cup, winning the bronze medal, Team Costa Rica. Please come to the stage.
Y en tercer lugar del ISA Aloha Cup, la medalla de bronce va para el equipo de Costa Rica. Chicos, por favor, suban al escenario.
Ladies and gentlemen, Costa Rica. In second place in the ISA Aloha Cup, winning the silver medal, Team Argentina. Please come to the stage.
Y ahora, segundo lugar del ISA Aloha Cup, la medalla de plata va para el equipo de Argentina. Muchachos, subir al escenario. Fuerte aplauso para el equipo de Argentina.
Team Argentina. And in first place in this year's ISA Aloha Cup, the gold medal winners are the team from the United States of America. Come on up to the stage.
Bien, y en primer lugar, el ganador de la medalla de oro es el equipo de los Estados Unidos. Por favor, subir al escenario.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team USA. And now, the national anthem of the United States of America.
Y ahora el himno nacional de los Estados Unidos de América.
Now let's welcome the finalists of the Women's Open.
Y ahora demos la bienvenida a las finalistas de la División Open de Mujeres.
The Open Women medals are presented by the Ministry Advisor of Sports, Cesar Chavez.
Las medallas de la División Open de Mujeres son entregadas por el asesor del Ministerio del Deporte, el señor César Chávez.
Winner of the copper medal, Justine Dupont from France.
Ganadora de la medalla de cobre, la señorita Justine Dupont de Francia.
The winner of the bronze medal, Pauline Adu from France.
Ganadora de la medalla de bronce, Pauline Adu de Francia.
The winner of the silver medal, Dominique Barona from Ecuador.
Ganadora de la medalla de plata, Dominique Barona del Ecuador.
And the winner of the gold medal for a second year in a row, Tio Blanco from the United States of America.
Y la ganadora de la medalla de oro, Tia Blanco de los Estados Unidos.
And now, the national anthem of the United States of America.
Y ahora, el himno de los Estados Unidos.
Next, let's all welcome the finalists of the Open Men.
Y ahora demos todos la bienvenida a los finalistas de la división Open de hombres.
The Open Men medals are presented by the municipality president of Garabito, Rafael Manque.
Las medallas de la división Open de hombres son entregadas por el presidente de la municipalidad de Garabito, el señor Rafael Monge.
The winner of the copper medal, Francisco Bellorín from Venezuela.
Ganador de la medalla de cobre, Francisco Bellorín de Venezuela.
The winner of the bronze medal, Nomar McGonigal from Costa Rica.
Bueno, ya no hay necesidad de decirlo en castellano, muchachos. Ya saben, Nomar McGonigal, bronce para Costa Rica, Nomar.
The winner of the silver medal, Luca Mesinas from Peru.
Ganador de la medalla de plata, Luca Mesinas de Perú.
And the winner of the gold medal, Leandro Usuna from Argentina.
Y el ganador de la medalla de oro, Leandro Usuna de Argentina.
And now the national anthem of Argentina.
Y ahora el himno nacional de Argentina. Felicitaciones, muchachos.
And now we present the final rankings of the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games.
Y ahora les presentamos la tabla final de posiciones del 2016 INS-ISA World Surfing Games.
In 26th place, Uruguay.
Puesto número 26, Uruguay.
In 25th place, Denmark.
Puesto número 25, Dinamarca.
In 24th place, Colombia.
Puesto número 24, Colombia.
In 23rd place, Sweden.
Puesto 23, Suecia.
In 21st place, a tie, Canada and Russia.
Puesto número 21, empate entre Canadá y Rusia.
In 20th place, Guatemala.
Puesto número 20 para Guatemala.
In 19th place, Switzerland.
Puesto número 19 para Suiza.
In 18th place, Italy.
Puesto número 18, Italia.
In 17th place, Puerto Rico.
17, Puerto Rico.
In 16th place, Panama.
16, Panamá.
In 15th place, Nicaragua.
Número 15, Nicaragua.
In 14th place, Mexico.
Número 14, México.
In 13th place, Chile.
Puesto número 13, Chile.
In 12th place, Venezuela.
Número 12, Venezuela.
In 11th place, South Africa.
Número 11, Sudáfrica.
In 10th place, Ecuador.
Número 10, Ecuador.
9th place, Australia.
Número 9, Australia.
8th place, New Zealand.
Octavo lugar para Nueva Zelanda.
7th place, Japan.
Séptimo lugar para Japón.
6th place, Argentina.
Sexto lugar para Argentina.
5th place, Costa Rica.
Quinto lugar para Costa Rica.
Now let's welcome Rafael Monque, the municipal president of Garabito, Cesar Chavez, and the municipal advisor of sports, Randall Chavez, the president of the Costa Rican Federation, who will give the team champion medals, the World Team Champion Trophy, and the Fernando Aguirre World Team Champion Trophy.
Bien, y ahora demos la bienvenida al presidente municipal de Garabito, el señor Rafael Monque, el asesor Ministerio del Deporte César Chávez y la presidente de la Federación de Surf de Costa Rica, el señor Randall Chávez, quienes entregarán las medallas al equipo campeón, el trofeo campeón del mundial y el trofeo Fernando Aguirre al campeón mundial de equipo.
In fourth place, with 2,848 points, winning the copper medal, Team France come to the stage.
Y en cuarta posición, con 2.848 puntos, ganadores de la medalla de cobre, el equipo de Francia. César Sánchez, perdón. César Sánchez. Fuerte el aplauso para el equipo de Francia.
In third place, place with 2,860 points, winning the bronze medal, the United States of America.
Y en tercer lugar, con 2.860 puntos, ganadores de la medalla de bronce, el equipo de los Estados Unidos.
The United States of America.
Fuerte el aplauso para el equipo de Estados Unidos.
In second place with 2,924 points, winning the silver medal, Team Portugal.
Y en segundo lugar, con 2.924 puntos, ganadores de la medalla de plata, el equipo de Portugal. Fuerte el aplauso para el equipo de Portugal. Bien. Y en primer lugar, con 3.188 puntos, el nuevo campeón mundial del ISA World Surfing Games, ganadores de la medalla de oro, el equipo de Perú, muchachos. Suban, por favor.
And in first place, with 3,188 points, the new world team champion of the ISA World Surfing Games, the winner of the gold medal, Team Peru.
Nuevamente, fuerte el aplauso para el equipo ganador del Mundial, el equipo de Perú. Y ahora sí, el trofeo. Bien, y ahora el himno nacional de Perú.
And now the national anthem of Peru. Now we officially close the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games.
Y ahora oficialmente cerramos el 2016 INSISA World Surfing Games. Muchas gracias por todo, Jaco, Costa Rica. Hasta la próxima. Gracias.
Salí en vivo, salí al aire. Ya, pues, Fat, ponme el aire,
Buenos dias and welcome to day number 7 of the 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games at Playa Oaxaca, Costa Rica. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mike Latronic, and we've got an exciting day of competition.
Let's see if this can stay open. Nice first turn. Manages a good closeout move. He knows that's his best ride.
At 8.47, whether it was his forehand or his backhand, he was exploding out there.
Well, a combined heat total of 16.80. Leandro was on fire.
As we have Luca Macinas, one of the bigger waves. This looks to be a great wave with a lot of scoring potential.
This wave will count for Pedro Henrique.
Well, this is his last-ditch effort. He's going to throw everything at this wave. He's looking for a 7-3-1. Couple solid maneuvers right there. Well, and here's Hiroto Arai, who was on fire throughout the morning, throwing down an 8.77.
To regroup here, nice open face turn on the top, a little fat, little chunky this wave. Here she goes on the attack, bottom to top, nice slash on the open face. Pura Vida 2016 INS ISA World Surfing Games live from Playa Jaco here in Costa Rica. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jody Nelson. We're getting ready for the Aloha Cup Final. Nice floater, nice speed, transition, top to bottom turns, and the weight was worth it.
Para cada uno ir viendo en vivo cómo ir manejando los tiempos y las
Management as we see up and riding Anthony Filligan. You can hear the crowd erupting. Huge turn right there, Bo. Throwing long.
I think teamwork is one of the most important things, being in a foreign country and not really knowing your boundaries here quite yet, and definitely having people from your home ground, and it's really important to us, and we're so close and connected that, you know, it's been such a blessing to have them all here and with us.
Aloha Cup winners, congratulations to Team USA.
We thank all of you for watching this year's INS ISA World Surfing Games here at Playa Jaco, Costa Rica. For Jeff Baldwin, for Jody Nelson, for Mike Latronic, I'm Bo Hodge. Until next time, Pura Vida.